Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Consequences.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
China. I have to have my China.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm staying in the race.
Winter is coming.
Break now.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Well,
once again. Floating aimlessly, wandering the vast universe around us. So much going on. It is like lost in the madness. Hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, chat, so I better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as this flight may be dangerous. Looks like Bad Lefty was first. Soul Life was last. Aaron W. second. Monova third. Teddy Cool. Germ. As well. Sasha G. PB. Disco Wolf. I think that's everybody in chat. Alright, well. But Carmody just got in there. Okay. Let's see about quiet Galactic Black Friday already. But got a lot to get into, so we're gonna get straight to it. I'm sure that's up there. Hold on. Nothing's happening. There you go. Okay, perfect. Alright, well, it's that season. Pumpkin spice season.
While this season's politics and headlines may lead to heated exchanges over the Thanksgiving table, we thought we'd ask Paul Salmon to address a different controversy and serve up something a bit different.
Okay, there isn't pumpkin spice on that, is there?
There is.
A Thanksgiving feast. Hold the turkey, stuffing, green beans, sweet potato casserole, a menu of just pumpkin spice, popcorn, pumpkin spice apple cider, and pie, of course.
This is good.
Sampling the spread at Baltimore Spice Haven McCormick and
Pumpkin
Company
spice
on the
flavored
90th
social
anniversary
media.
of pumpkin pie spice.
So you have that sweetness coming from the cinnamon, you have that peppery kick from the ginger, you have the nutmeg that brings its nuttiness, and then you have allspice that has
nuttiness.
a little bit of everything, and you also get the entire house smell like holiday.
McCormick chef Hadar Cohen Aviram says the blend was designed to make pies easier to cook.
This is about 2 teaspoons total.
But nowadays, just churn the spice with butter and smear it on anything. Crostini say.
I'm going to put a slice of green apple. You can use any apple you want. 1 piece of prosciutto, and finish it with some candied walnuts, and that's it.
Or infuse a pumpkin cheesecake.
Another way to maybe zhuzh things up a little bit, change things out, maybe try something new.
Okay.
Something new, but relying on something old. Pumpkin spice's
She's got the vibes of like a
nostalgic
Food
appeal.
Network host.
At a moment when nostalgia for America's past seems especially strong.
Aroma is really much related to our memories. Maybe it brings back that nostalgia and that warm, fuzzy feeling of holiday.
Maybe even nostalgia for a time that's become myth, since, as you probably know, whatever mutual Thanksgiving there was at the iconic 1621 meal didn't exactly last.
Is this paid by McCormick?
No pie there either.
Could be.
But
I think it's brought to you by our public funding.
From the get-go, that was
TBS.
what sustained them over those first few years, and those winters especially, when they didn't really have much of anything else. They were eating just boiled pumpkin.
We met Maryland food historian Joyce White at the Hammond Harwood House in Annapolis.
This kitchen dates to 1774. Things like spices and sugar were still kept under lock and key by the mistress of the household.
Lock and
every
key.
morning she
Can't have the
would
kids getting into the
sort of
sugar.
dole out what was needed for the day's recipes.
And what about pumpkin pies?
They were what Marylanders at that time were calling Yankee food. So it was not a popular dish. It was advertised as animal fodder.
So there was a north-south divide with regard to pumpkin pie?
Absolutely. It wasn't until after Abraham Lincoln read his Thanksgiving proclamation
True
after the Battle
rebels
of
don't
Gettysburg
eat
in the fall of
flavorful
1863
food.
that Thanksgiving becomes a national holiday. It wasn't until much later in the 19th century, well after the Civil War, that each region of the South adopts those Yankee traditions eventually.
Because industrialization began to build a national market, a national economy.
Your children are now going out to factories to work. They're not staying on the farm.
And thus the spread of a new national holiday.
Having this long weekend was a way for them to essentially come home. And so the warm spices, conjure up this image of the warm hearth and home.
So is that why, or part of the reason why?
So nostalgic. I can almost smell the pumpkin spice right now. I just noticed something that's bothering me. I have to fix something, chat. I'm sorry. I did something earlier, and then I'm realizing I'm stupid. I'm a big stupid head. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god, you're killing me. There it is. Pretend like this isn't happening. Oh, it's so much better. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now what? Are we doing? Do I have any more? I think that might be all of the. I really tried to lay off the holiday stuff. That was basically the only one we got, pretty much. Aside from the TY Thanksgiving, or whatever you want to call it, Hasan and Cenk's. That's sort of Thanksgiving themed. But I was like, we already did like so much Thanksgiving stuff. That's enough. It's enough for me. This story just... this story is amazing. I don't even know what to say about it. It's hilarious. It is, I mean, I don't know about amazing, but my God, these guys took freedom way too seriously.
Inside the El Cielo bar Wednesday afternoon, the open sign has been extinguished for the final time. After closing Tuesday night, owner Ruben Albanil Coyolt's tavern license was permanently revoked. He wouldn't do an on-camera interview over fears of a pending police investigation, but says the revoked license stems from a shots fired incident here in October. The same incident police discussed before the Milwaukee Common Council's licensing committee.
Officers recovered cocaine, drug paraphernalia, a suspected drug sales ledger, and 9mm cartridges. Chickens were also located in the basement of the tavern.
Coyolt is accused of shooting a gun out of a window. He denies that and says he doesn't even own a gun. He says the bowl of cocaine police found also was not his.
Of cocaine.
But he did admit to me he raising a couple of chickens in the basement near the beer storage.
Oh my. Look, okay, I'll admit to the chickens, but I certainly wasn't the guy. I don't even own a gun, so I couldn't possibly be shooting a gun out of the window. And how would I know about that bowl of cocaine? Bowls of there's just bowls of cocaine that float around all over the place. I mean, come on. What bar doesn't have a bowl of cocaine just lying around? Okay, it's totally normal. I don't know why you're even asking about it.
Colt is accused of shooting a gun out of a window. He denies that and says he doesn't even own a gun. He says the bowl of cocaine police found also was not his, but he did admit to me he was raising a couple of chickens in the basement near the beer storage And as he told the Common Council members, he planned to eat them.
The chickens
Nice.
that were located in the basement of the tavern, why were they there?
For eat.
Okay.
So you killed them
Yeah.
in the basement?
Not the basement of my house. I live in an answer.
You kept them in the basement and then brought
It's a fair point. There's a distinction. She's not making. He's. Like I said, these guys were taking this. At least this gentleman in particular seemed to be taking his freedom maybe a little too seriously, or maybe a little too liberally. I guess perhaps taking some liberties with things. You know what this reminded me of? I don't know if anybody is familiar with the very popular television show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. But I couldn't help but remember this particular episode when watching this news clipping.
You're a disappointment. Come on, let's go get everybody out of the basement.
God only knows what's going on down there.
So, by the way, spoiler alert if you haven't seen this, but also... spoiler alert, if you don't want to know about the plot of this episode, I'm about to ruin it for you. But the point is basically, they own a bar, right? That's the plot of the entire series. But one episode, they decide, you know what? We need to take our freedom. We need to take our freedom to the next level. We're being repressed. We're being repressed, and we need a free exchange. We need like a free marketplace. Of like it gets out of hand real quick.
You're a disappointment. Come on, let's go get everybody out of the basement.
God only knows what's going on down there.
Imam!
Imam!
I'll call the cops.
It's horrible. And I mean, the whole episode is basically just... This is honestly the climax of the episode, but this is when it finally all comes to a real head. But it escalates for the entire episode. I recommend you watch it because it's pretty hilarious, not gonna lie. That's the first thing that came to mind. I don't know why my brain works in these ways. Really couldn't say one way or another. Now let's talk about a different thing relating to bars. See what I did there? Segue. Let's go here. CBS New York from 4 hours ago. New York City restaurant owners scramble to remove street dining sheds by deadline. We talked about this earlier in the year. There's a deadline now for New York City restaurants and bars to remove their sheds that they had outside of their brick and mortar locations, as I believe the reasoning was snowplows for the winter, but they'd been there since mid 2020, I think, is when they started really popping up.
And happening now, some restaurant owners are scrambling to take down street dining sheds. Today is actually the deadline. And as Christy Kalisian reports, if they're not down in time, owners face steep fines.
Friday marks the closing of a years-long chapter for many city restaurants. Like Old John's Luncheonette on the Upper West Side. Eric Lima is one of its managers.
So we're going to take it down by the next Friday.
Its dining shed, still sitting comfortably on West 67th Street like it has for 3 years, should be gone by November 29th. But its owner says he hasn't found a demolition company. The owner will be fined by the City Department of Transportation each day it's up, starting...
This is kind of unfortunate that they're coming down. I mean, they're not as comfortable during the winter, but people were still using them during the winter, and having them come down, it's going to be bad, I think, for businesses to some degree. And for people looking for, extra seat, or, maybe being outside of the hustle and bustle of the regular restaurants. Are there 2 sheds, Jack? I don't know why everybody focuses on the 2 sheds. I'm a composer. I don't know if anybody knows that. It's a Monty Python sketch. Perfectly normal to have 2 sheds. And yes, the clip does exist on YouTube if you're like, what the heck is Arthur 2 Sheds Jackson? You can find out. Oh, can you find out? Now let's go a little south to New Jersey, where neighbors are dressing up and running for a good cause.
Happy holidays!
It's short and sweet. We're doing big things in a little town.
Let's go! Halfway! Only 1 block!
I do a holiday gift drive for folks in town, and last year we decided to start a holiday run.
So let's get registered and let's get ready to run.
The Oakland Civic Association headlines this event. We just get people to dress up in their favorite holiday character.
You got it!
We run for 2 blocks, and we run directly to the Oakland Manor Bar and celebrate.
I just want to say thank you for coming out.
She's got that like sort of tri-state accent, real serious. Association.
All our friends and neighbors and their friends come to this race to raise money for the Oakland Food Pantry, and people bring canned goods and some gifts for the holiday drive.
Who are you going to send it to?
The Oakland Food Pantry. I have about 10 families right now I'm trying to fulfill holiday gifts to, as well as food. A lot of families were asking, so the food pantry is just as important as the gift drive.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
I think it's important that they collect toys for kids so they can have a good Christmas.
So be good for goodness sake.
Like, a lot of people don't have as many good things as a lot of us do, so it's really good to help.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
These kids are getting in the spirit. They're right. Christmas is coming.
Winter is coming.
I said Christmas. Okay, whatever. Let's move it along. Talk about some more serious things. Specifically, a couple of strikes that are happening. One in the United States, one in Canada. As Amazon workers are planning a strike for today. I wish I had had this story ready for you yesterday. But never too late.
This season to start your holiday shopping, but an international workers' strike may lead to some delivery delays for Amazon customers. Amazon laborers across the globe, including here in the U.S.,
It's a worldwide strike. For some reason, I thought it was just in the U.S.
Today as they demand higher wages as part of what they're calling.
That's my bad. Go web.
Including here in the U.S., are planning to walk off the job today as they demand higher wages as part of what they're calling their Make Amazon Pay campaign. The walkout will continue until Cyber Monday, aiming to disrupt the supply chain during 2 of the busiest shopping days of the year.
Amazon squeezes everything that it can get, but it changes its behavior depending on jurisdiction. Let's say in Sweden, it engages much better in how it operates with trade unions than in the US, where it engages in union busting.
Last year, Amazon accounted for nearly 18% of all Black Friday sales worldwide and generated over $170 billion during the holiday season.
Well, if you haven't yet done your Black Friday shopping, do consider doing it off of Amazon for this particular reason. Maybe send a message to old Jeffy Bezos. Go fuck yourself.
Follow the rich white man.
All right, what next? To Canada, where the Canada Post employees are have been on strike, but now are being temporarily laid off amidst this strike. Although I do believe they're unionized, so hopefully they'll still be receiving wages to some degree, but this will complicate
The corporation
things.
confirmed today it is temporarily laying off some employees. The CBC's Mark Carcassol has more details on this. So, Mark, what do we know?
Well, it's the first confirmation we've got from Canada Post that this is in fact happening. The Canadian Union of Postal Workers had heard through workers that something like this was happening earlier this week, and they'd put out a notice earlier this week telling workers not to worry about it. It was a scare tactic, but to take any information down anyway, just in case they did have to file for EI benefits, but that they didn't really think that this was a thing to take seriously. Today, Canada Post sent a statement to CBC News confirming they are indeed laying off people. They say the layoffs are temporary. Our business has been significantly impacted leading up to and throughout this labor disruption. We've taken steps to adjust our operations. That means the previously expired collective agreements.
What's interesting about the way this statement is phrased, at least from this PR person, they make it sound as if this isn't necessarily being even caused by the strike. And perhaps lack of business activity. It's unclear.
Labor disruption. We've taken steps to adjust our operations. That means the previously expired collective agreements no longer apply, and their terms and conditions of employment for employees have therefore changed. The interesting thing in this is that earlier on in that statement, they cite the Canada Labour Code as allowing them to do that. The very same Canada Labour Code that the union is citing as protecting their workers against things like this. Now, Cup W on their website.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this, right? I think it may intentionally be maybe intentional sort of obfuscation of what they're doing, right? My guess is it has nothing to do with business activity, right? I mean, that's what she's claiming. This Lisa, what was her name? Lisa Liu of the Post, Canada Post. She was saying that, you know, whatever the blah blah blah, but my guess is it has more to do with pressuring workers.
To sort of comfort workers, had posted Section 94.3 of the Canada Labour Code on their website, which seems to imply that an employer, in this case Canada Post, is not able to lay people off in any way when they are on a legal strike, which is the case here. So they're both quoting the same labor code, different clauses from it, obviously, which means that as if this dispute hasn't been tied up in enough already, enough emotion and enough acrimony, now this does potentially lend itself to legal challenges. Cup W at this point is not saying anything, but we've been talking about this story and there seems to be new developments every day, so I wouldn't be surprised if it...
Yeah, and I will try and keep you up to date with this one. Fortunately, because of I think it started right around the end of the election. With everything going on with that, we really haven't been focused enough on Canadian issues or anything happening in Mexico. And that's my bad. I try my best to keep things not just American-centric when we talk about North America, but I often fail. We have 23 beautiful likes already. That's a lot of likes. What's that? 18? Whoa, where'd that go? Okay. Well, how are we doing on time so far? Not bad. Only 40 minutes in. Let's go to this now. It's on the old thumbnail. It's on the title. Get into the first thing here. Piers Morgan. Had some people on to talk about Wicked and some other cultural issues, you might say. And see what's going on with this.
I did see it with my wife. It's the ninth circle of hell for me. The ninth circle of hell.
With political hostilities paused for Thanksgiving, our focus turns to those for whom there is no seasonal respite, celebrities and ultra-woke corporate lunatics. We begin with premium car maker Jaguar. His new advert has been billed as so ludicrous that it seems almost purpose-made to generate a debate about it. No driving, no roads, no cars. It's more like the
How dare they?
Eurovision Song
Oh, no driving or cars, you say? Oh no. What's the world come to? A car ad with no cars. However will Piers be able to make the decision on this car? It's not as if he has a phone in his pocket with access to the entire information highway, if you will, at his fingertips. Couldn't Google it. That would be too hard.
Than a campaign by a luxury motor brand. The backlash has been as amusing as, frankly, I would say is justified. This parody promises the Jaguar ad with 100% more Jaguars.
I'm sorry. I see a Jaguar right here. There's a car right there. I see it. Look, it's a car. Look at that, Piers. There's a car. Oh, there's another car. Look.
And
Look
there's
at
been
that.
plenty of that, although...
You could call those cars and potentially driving, at least that one kind of driving. It's weird. I thought he was upset about the lack of cars, but I just saw 2 cars in this ad.
It has to be said that from an awareness point of view, everyone in the world now knows that Jaguar has a new campaign out and it's been viewed hundreds of millions of times on social media. Well,
So many
Jaguar's managing
times.
director, Rawdon Glover, told the Financial Times that criticism has been driven by vile hatred and intolerance. Has it? Or is it another
Yeah, probably.
example of the...
Probably, Piers. Especially because you're the one who's getting upset about this. You think that this is an important topic of conversation. That makes me think yes. Almost definitely yes.
by vile hatred and intolerance. Has it? Or is it another example of the what I would call the virtue signaling death spiral?
Oh no.
Me Too Gillette and
Oh no.
Bud Light.
Oh no. Not the virtue signaling death spiral. Oh no, it's worse than Alice in Wonderland.
Here to discuss all this and more from an erotic YouTube channel, pop cultural critic Gary Beekler, the uncensored regular contributor Esther Kraku, and the man who can always be relied upon to defend the indefensible when it comes to all things woke, author of the case for cancel culture, Ernest Owens. Ernest, let me start with you on this one.
Okay.
Because it's become a bit of a laughing stock, this Jaguar ad. What's interesting to me is, and full disclosure, I used to be an ambassador for Jaguar like 15 years ago, when they, literally got a nice Jag to drive around, and I felt pretty cool in my nice smart sports car. This is obviously a radical departure from anything they've done before. Is there, genuine question, is there method to the madness? I mean, they're appealing, it seems to be, to a community which I would not normally think would rush out and buy Jaguars. Are they going to?
I think that, to be honest, the fact that we're even talking about it means...
These advertising campaigns for cars these days are not really about getting you to even like the car anymore, right? If anything, it's some people suggest that ads are in fact a way of reinforcing people's decisions for having bought the car after the fact. Now, I'm not sure exactly how true that is. But point is Piers's outrage over here has nothing to do with the lack of cars and everything to do with the diversity in that ad.
I think that, to be honest, the fact that we're even talking about it means that they've done what they want to achieve. I think that the marketing idea behind it was brilliant because they knew who they were going to piss off. And I think that, to be honest, that was the goal. I mean, we haven't been talking about Jaguar.
Why is the
in a
goal to
while.
piss off
I
your
forgot about the
consumers?
car.
Why would you have a corporate goal to piss off consumers? I'm curious.
I mean, some consumers. I mean, listen, I don't own a car.
I'm sorry. Where is Piers getting that? Can anybody tell me where it is exactly? Because I'm a little confused. Did they say "fuck you," consumers? Was it intended to piss them off? I don't understand. Fuck you for buying a Jaguar. Is that what they said? I'm a little just not making a lot of sense.
I mean, some consumers. I mean, listen, I don't own a car, but I found it interesting. I definitely did. I think the fact that people are talking about it is going to introduce more people to the brand.
But they're not talking about it for the right reason,
the people
are
on this
they?
call are not going to like it.
Yeah, but
I know people are not going to like it. I know you're not going to like it. But I think some people thought it was funny and creative and different. But the fact that you all even talking about it excels the point.
Look, to be fair,
this is exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, to be fair, look.
It's so iconoclast that this is what they wanted.
Okay, Esther, I mean, to be fair, Jaguar is a very successful company.
Not anymore.
And so,
that's it. That's it. Not
What
anymore.
happens here? Because we've
Not
with
anymore.
Gillette,
This woman is such an idiot. Whenever she comes on, she always got these quippy one-liners that genuinely make 0 sense. Not anymore. Suddenly Jaguar is not a multi-billion-dollar company overnight. Okay. Weird.
with Bud Light, we've seen it time and again. When corporations tend to veer woke like this, it tends to go broke in the short term, and they revert back to their previous style. But can you see a method to the madness?
No, absolutely not. Here's the thing. This idea that all publicity is good publicity is not true, because Bud Light got a lot of publicity and they also lost about
This show is in many ways a shining example of that. I mean, and yet it still manages to, continue to make money. And you know that people like Piers Morgan, that's mostly the definition of success.
Yeah, that all publicity is good publicity is not true, because Bud Light got a lot of publicity and they also lost about 30% of the value of their shares. And
not the shares.
Exactly. And so this idea that Jaguar has as a method to the madness, they're forgetting the people that usually buy it. Jaguar, like many cars, are lifestyle brands.
Wait, are we talking about people who buy the car or the people who buy in the shares now? I'm a little confused. Because those are two different, probably at least slightly, you would think, slightly different groups of people.
They're forgetting
I'll
the
bet
people
it's
that
mostly
usually buy it.
owned
Jaguar,
by a
like
few
many
people.
cars, are lifestyle brands, and they're associated with certain people. Jaguar is associated with upper middle class British women who don't want to look like asylum inmates, which is basically what the people in the advert look like.
Not just British women. Just remember, Jaguar is a multinational company now. Doesn't just sell cars to British women.
Upper middle class British women who don't want to look like asylum inmates, which is basically what the people in the advert look like. They don't want to look crazy.
Asylum
They don't want to
inmates?
look like they have.
Have you ever seen an asylum inmate before? I'm sorry. Can we just do a side-by-side comparison here? Asylum inmate. Okay, there we go. Jaguar advert. Yeah, I guess these are actually, I take it back. They're the same. They're the exact same. Asylum inmates. And here's the, Jaguar advert. As you can see, virtually a carbon copy. I almost, for a second, back there, I know I was saying, I was trying to set you up for something. I was gonna be like, oh, look at this, look how different they are. But you know what? I take it all back. They look the same. She's right. Asylum inmates, the fashion models in that ad, same thing.
Where to be, and they're just bone idle. And the reality is Jaguar, this is the method to their madness, which is just madness. They're trying to pivot more towards electric vehicles. The shock they're going to have is the people that say, oh, this is great and everything, they either don't drive because they live in London, or they wouldn't buy Jaguars anyway. So they're alienating the people that typically would.
Upper middle class British women don't live in London? I'm confused.
consumer spending has gone down because I don't know if people have noticed, but the British economy is going to pot. And it's just a crazy strategy all over. And who are they going to sell this to outside of British consumers?
Well, that's the question. I mean, the question for me
Americans buy Jaguars. Other Europeans buy Jaguars. I don't think that she actually knows anything about anything. The fact is, I don't know much about this woman. I've only heard her as a guest on Piers Morgan's show. I don't find her interesting at all, but the more I hear her talk, the more that I realize she just doesn't know anything. She's like, Jaguar's never sold a car outside of Britain since 1913.
Time Gillette consumer, when they launched that ridiculous commercial attack basically on their male consumers, calling us all a bunch of wannabe Harvey Weinsteins until you proved otherwise. And it cost them $9 billion on the bottom
coming
line.
from Piers, that's great. That's great. Are you friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, they did a screeching U-turn back to the burly guys carrying little babies, making men feel good about themselves rather than criminal. And then we saw the thing with Bud Light, with that ridiculous Dylan Mulvaney campaign, which was completely
ridiculous.
opposite of everything that...
Oh, how dare they, Dylan Mulvaney. How dare they put a person on there that I don't like. That is a winning combination for losing my business as a frequent consumer of Bud Light. I'll bet, I can bet you, I would bet money right now, even though my finances are quite low, that Piers Morgan has never drank a Bud Light in his life. That this campaign never affected him ever. He was never drinking Bud Light before, and no campaign was ever going to convince him to drink a Bud Light. All right, let's move on from that idiocy and talk a little bit about the
not kill them.
Idiocy over Wicked.
Okay. So we'll see, anyway, we'll see, Ernest, whether you're proven right.
Horrifying.
I wouldn't put money on it, just to be, that's an FYI.
They're not going to go away. I mean, this is not going to be that bad. I think it's going to be okay.
Let's see. Let's turn to Wicked. So Wicked's the...
all of Piers Morgan's guests are DEI hired. I don't know how that works, but I guess what I do know is that Piers Morgan is not only a participant in these debates, but he seems to stack the deck every single time, right? Like right now, it's 3v1, and that seems to be the case every single one of these debates. He invites a bunch of right-wingers on, one left-winger, and he pretends to not be a right-winger while literally arguing the point from the position of a right-winger every single time that he talks.
Biggest movie in the world right now. It's taking nearly 150 million.
A woke movie doing great at the box office.
No, how dare they?
What's that?
Shocker. I said shocker. You was,
They
earlier
just made over $10 million over the amount they spent on it. That's not exactly.
Hang on, what's the point you're making?
No, but it could have flopped.
That's not a huge success. They've only made more money than they spent on it. They spent a fucking boatload on this thing, and I'm sure they're planning on making a little bit more past the opening weekend. Usually they continue making money for at least a few days after the opening weekend. I don't know. That's what I hear.
What's the point you're making?
Broken even.
Well.
This woman is an idiot.
Hang on. What is the point you're making, Ernest?
The point I'm making is that I find it interesting that there was this during the whole election cycle, there was all this talk about, people are done with this woke marketing and this type of stuff, but it outpaced Gladiator at the box office. This very hyper-masculine film that
Look at how upset she is by that. She's like, how dare you mention my new favorite movie, Gladiator.
Gladiator at the box office. This very hyper-masculine film that was supposed to be the big juggernaut, but Wicked is doing
But she hasn't even seen
numbers.
Gladiator.
People don't like musicals anymore, but all of a sudden people went to go see Wicked.
Okay, first of all, Gladiator is underperforming.
Hang on,
and
let me
secondly,
play.
they've just broken even.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you're sort of proving his point right now, you idiot. He just said that it's underperforming Wicked because it's hyper masculine, and now you're saying it's just underperforming generally, which, hello, is she? What's happening?
They just made the money.
What it is indisputably doing well. I want to play it. This is very odd. This is like a mashup from the press tour from Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, who've been just behaving in a slightly odd manner.
Oz is so full of queerness and celebration and beautiful differences, and so is Earth.
This week, people are taking the lyrics of Defying Gravity and really holding space with that and feeling power in that.
I didn't know that.
Nothing wrong with that.
I've seen it, yeah.
That's really powerful.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I didn't know that was happening.
Every day in the Emerald City is a pride parade.
Oh my God,
right?
yeah.
I mean, look at that.
Great.
But it's true.
Ariana might be exaggerating a little bit.
Those
Snow
chickens
leopard with
are
the little
gay.
cape.
Those chickens are gay. I love that. That's hilarious. Those chickens are gay. I think she might be right.
Snow leopard with the little cape.
No, Drotic, it's all a bit weird. There's a suggestion there's a kind of wicked cult that's being developed here.
A wicked cult.
Well, there's always been a wicked cult,
No.
to be real, with the play that, full disclosure, I saw 20 years ago on a date with my wife. And it is patient zero for like the subversion of expectations, but this has had a...
The play, you're talking about Wicked. The play is the subversion of expectations? What in the fuck is this guy talking about?
And it is patient zero for like the
Patient zero
subversion
for
of
the
expectations,
subversion
but this has had a fan base.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? His expectations? Whose expectations are being subverted?
It is patient zero for like the subversion of expectations, but this has had a fan base for decades. This was always going to do well if they made it.
I don't know much about this guy, but I'm getting the sense that he's like a big time trad boy. Big time trad boy. And so I think when he's saying expectations, he's actually saying, expectations of men. Why can't men expect women to do specific stuff anymore?
Close to the source material. And it was
How dare they?
A film made for women.
How dare they? How dare they? dare they interpret Wizard of Oz? Has never happened before in history except for multiple times before now.
A fan base for decades. This was always going to do well if they made it close to the source material. And it was a film made for women and gay men, and they are going to see it in droves, and that's fine. That's
So
the
wrong.
kind of film that should exist. For me, I just don't want Marvel to be.
I want my movies to be very specifically geared to me, and if they're not, that is unfair. Okay.
Wicked, or Star Wars to be wicked. That's what the problem.
How dare
this
they?
movie
Yeah.
proves
If
there's
Star
a
Wars has a
difference
gay character,
between
that's
men
the
and women.
end
They
of the
both
galaxy.
Like different things. And not all women will agree, but they will definitely go see it. We saw it with Barbie. I would say Barbie was more hyper political than this. This is
How
just
can you protect the galaxy if
play
you're
where people
gay?
break out
Can't do it.
in song. I did see it with my wife. It's the ninth circle of hell for me. I hate musicals, but I went because my wife has gone to a lot of superhero movies with me.
I'll probably
Your
take my
wife
daughter to see it.
seems like
but
she needs
Esther,
a friend.
Today, hilariously, the British Board of Film Classification has issued a trigger warning on Wicked because of potential discrimination against green-skinned women and persecution of talking animals. The warning issued on their website states a green-skinned woman is mocked, bullied, and humiliated because of her skin color. A green-skinned woman.
Oh no, a green-skinned woman.
Green-skinned woman.
Oh no, we'll never get past this. Piers Morgan, the ridiculous outrage. The problem here for Piers is he's incapable of understanding metaphor. He's supposedly a journalist and an educated individual, but I think that he's never actually made it through an entire book. Metaphors, similes, all that kind of stuff. Give it to Piers straight, okay? He can't be interpreting stuff.
A green-skinned woman. Yeah. There is no such thing as a green-skinned woman in the real world. Even Ernest
This guy
knows
loves it.
there
This
are
idiot,
no
this fuckbag right here who's chuckling, chortling to himself quietly is a fucking twit. What is wrong with this guy? Why are you so stoked by Piers saying this right now?
Right, Ernest?
What?
Yeah.
I'd just love to know what it is this guy's thinking right now. Oh yes, this speaks to me as a white man right now. Stupid green-skinned people.
No, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
No, I'll come back to you, Ernest. I'll come back to you. Just wanted to get clarification. There are no green-skinned women in the
Oh no.
Why do we have to endure this?
I think, to be honest, I'm such a cynic. First of all, I also hate musicals.
You're also
there's
an
not
idiot.
enough money to pay me to go and watch that film. But also, I think I'm the cynic in me is saying this is a PR move. This is saying, oh, slap something ridiculous on it so that the Daily Mail will pick it up, which it has, by the way. One of the most read newspapers in the country has picked it up. I don't think anyone's going to mistake the discrimination of green-skinned people,
just
one, because it doesn't exist. I mean, why did
quote
they
a
draw parallels
tabloid
with, I don't know,
journal?
yellow-skinned people with jaundice? It's ridiculous. They're doing this as a PR stunt.
And the persecution.
No one is going to be offended by
and
this.
Ernest, the persecution of talking animals, for God's sake.
Yeah, like Dr. Doolittle.
No, I think, to be honest, I think that trolling's on both sides, clearly. Clearly, they succeeded in what they knew was going to happen, right? That certain, publications that clearly look for stuff like this to get angry about, we're going to react in a way that they did.
Like Piers Morgan Uncensored.
You have to get to a point where you have to look at it and say,
A real publication, but it is technically a publication, and this is exactly what Piers Morgan. This is the Piers Morgan has a, like an algorithm, searching constantly for stuff like this for him to get upset about specifically.
certain, publications that clearly look for stuff like this to get angry about, we're going to react in a way
It
that
is
they
not
did.
the British Board of Film
you have to get
Classification.
to a point where you have to
It's
look
not
at it and
their
say
job to goad people that they don't like. It's supposed to be a neutral organisation.
I think, right. True. But I think part of it is the start of conversation, right?
I bet
because
you they
a lot
were
of what
paid
goes on
a
in Wicked.
handsome sum to do this. I can guarantee there is some email chain somewhere in that organization that says we will give you a nice donation. It's obvious. There's no such thing as green-skinned people.
Okay.
No, but you can't take it so literal. I think it's interesting.
Seriously.
Like conservatives, far right, you all have imagination about.
Seriously, it is fascinating. Like magical thinking all over the place in the right wing. Religious stuff, believing in gods in the sky, and all sorts of other crap. Then you ask them to engage in just a little bit of metaphorical and non-literal thinking, and all of a sudden, mental breakdown. It's like I can't be bothered to understand or attempt to read into subtext. Like I can't possibly see something symbolically. Impossible. And then 2 seconds later, they're like, and Jesus wept.
Other people all the time about what they're doing and what they're not doing. But for whatever reasons, even in fantasy and joke and humor, you all don't even be able to be loose, like let go about that.
Ernest, hang on.
Hang on.
Just because people don't sign up to your very woke worldview, it doesn't make them automatically far right.
Oh no! Ooh, the obligatory Piers Morgan fake outrage at being called a right winger, even though every single one of his world views absolutely line up with the conservative viewpoint.
You're making assumptions about
Unfair view.
I'm
Don't
not
do
in
it.
this woke
Leave me
world.
alone.
I think I'm in a very conscious world. I don't use the word woke.
What does that mean?
You mean you're more awake than us because you've been so woke for so long? What are you?
I'm saying I'm more conscious. I have
Really?
more compassion for
You think
different
you have a
people.
bigger conscience than the
I'm
rest
more
of us?
At least in this room right now.
I would say
Oh, you think you have more compassion? Oh, shut up. Why don't you shut up, you compassionate asshole? How compassionate and conscious of Piers.
passion for different people.
Really?
It's true.
Really? Oh. Fucking fake outrage idiot. Okay, Piers. Let's talk about this. Piers is so upset about the existence of gay people and Wicked being gay, and it's almost like they haven't seen the movie or any of the following movies, right? And it's very strange. So I figured we would just take a moment and sort of go over
I'm
some of this.
Rantasmo, and The Wizard of Oz needs more gay. People like me, and by people like me I mean flagrantly homosexual men, are sometimes referred to as friends of Dorothy. No, not that Dorothy. No, not that one either. No, not... Oh, okay, I'll give you that one. But this phrase is generally understood as referencing The Wizard of Oz, one of the most beloved films in the history of American cinema, and one of the cornerstones of gay culture, based on the first in a series of children's novels by L. Frank Baum. Considering the time that they were written, Baum's...
Wait, this guy seems to think it's a cornerstone of gay culture. Just the regular Wizard of Oz. I'm so confused. Piers was very upset moments ago about how gay this movie was, or something, and how it was pro-women and stuff, and for gay men. The new one, I mean. The new one.
Oz books have some surprisingly progressive elements. Oz is a matriarchy, ruled almost exclusively by powerful women, with nary a love interest in sight. The second book even has what could arguably be read as a transgender narrative in the character of Princess Ozma, who was magically assigned male at birth by an evil witch. Baum was far from perfect, particularly racially speaking, but his stories are revered and have spawned countless adaptations. Some good, some...
Wait, I'm just super confused. Weren't all those people in Piers Morgan just super outraged about how this was focused on women and gay men? I'm confused. This is the old one, isn't it? We're talking about the original version, right?
Stories are revered and have spawned countless adaptations. Some good, some less good, but most of them are inspired in some way by the 1939 film. The movie has a very large gay following, which can be attributed to several things. It stars an enormous gay icon, it's wildly campy, it's about women trying to murder each other over a pair of shoes, which I'm pretty sure happens on at least one episode of Real Housewives. But I also feel like the story itself is one that LGBT people especially can connect to their own experience. Dorothy begins the movie in conservative black and white Kansas, and is transported beyond the rainbow to a world where you can dress like this and be respected for it. At least, in theory.
You're enjoying this, aren't you, you sick?
It's a world full of wildly diverse people and creatures, a world with lions and tigers and with her old family lost, Dorothy creates a new family. In the same way that a newly out person from a conservative family might create a new family after moving to a gay-friendly neighborhood. And Dorothy's new family is made up of unusual dancing men. Now, I'm not gonna say that the Tin Men and the Scarecrow are necessarily coded gay.
Of course, people do go both ways.
But I am gonna say that the Cowardly Lion is clearly coded gay. In the Lion's signature song, he refers to himself as a sissy and a dandy, and he makes a very choice gesture.
I'm afraid there's no denying, I'm just a dandelion.
Girl! He's the classic self-hating homosexual. And yet, even when he's wearing a goddamn bow, he's treated as an equal by the other protagonists.
How dare they do
he even
that?
gets more than one song.
This movie is woke.
For king of the forest, not queen.
How the f*** did this
What is
make it past
happening?
the Hays Code? And like
What is
his
happening to our
companions,
society?
the lion doesn't find happiness by changing who he is. He discovers that he's already courageous, even though he doesn't believe himself to be. He remains a sissy, but learns that a sissy can command power and respect. And for the 30s, that is an incredible message. When you consider the movie's ending, the Oz as coming out metaphor would seem to fall apart, or at least come with some troubling implications. Ignoring for the moment that in the book series, Dorothy and her family eventually take up permanent residence in Oz. In the movie, she spends most of the story trying to leave this colorful, flamboyant world and return to her previous life. If leaving Kansas and entering Oz is analogous to coming out of the closet, then it seems like Dorothy wants nothing more than to dive back into it, and is in fact rewarded for doing so. Re-entering the closet would appear to be Dorothy's happy ending.
Horrifying.
And I'm not going to leave here ever
That is
again.
horrifying.
But I prefer to look at it a different way. Dorothy doesn't leave Oz behind, she takes a piece of it with her in the form of knowledge and self-awareness. Just like with the ruby slippers and her companion's missing body parts, Dorothy realizes that what she really wants has been with her all along.
If I ever go looking for my heart's desire again, I won't look any further than my own backyard.
She doesn't need to live in some imaginary gay fantasia to be happy, and she shouldn't have to. Dorothy gets the happy ending that so many LGBT people who have been shunned by their families wish they could have. She gets to have her cake and eat it too. She gets to be who she really is, and she gets to go home.
Oh, Dorothy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Who knew? Who knew? It's not just Wicked. It's all of the Wizard of Oz. Cancelled. I just find it hilarious that Piers Morgan thinks that he's like even on the cutting edge of hate. Oh God. Honestly, I heard people really enjoyed Wicked. I haven't seen it yet myself, but a few people have told me recently over Thanksgiving that they saw it and they really liked the movie. All right, let's get away from all that for a little bit. Let's talk about politics. A bunch of politicky things to talk about. Piers is a macho man. It's still kind of bothers me that Republicans don't see the immense irony in people like Donald Trump loving that song, and it's, whatever. Like, just why? How is it they can't see the irony in it? It's because they can't see metaphor. Not even like the most obvious.
This is Dizzle McFizzle from Green Bay.
Dizzle McFizzle from Green Bay. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to add some little anecdotal news from the election.
Somehow the the assless chaps were too metaphorical.
Add some little anecdotal news from the election, whatever. Like I have to say that hearing those consultants speak has filled me with an iridescent rage that I cannot describe to you.
Iridescent.
I understand.
Right now.
I believe me.
Like,
My desire to wade in on autopsies, I've been quite clear about, but there are things that just sort of I find incredibly instigating, and this is one of them. And the interesting thing is that they are coming on the show together to that show at this time as a trio, because it was also Dylan, what's her face, the campaign manager.
Jen O'Malley Dillon. Oh, she was on
O'Malley
there, right? Yeah.
The fact that they're coming on there means that they are nervous that the story of the election is not going the way they want it to, right? I mean, that's why they're doing this, and it is. Were it not for that instigation, I don't know that I would be having this conversation. I mean, there are structural problems within the Democratic Party that I think are untethered from an issue set, and this is one of them. The consultants.
Yeah, definitely. Like I lived in Milwaukee before I moved to Green Bay, right? And like, I knocked doors for the Supreme Court election that happened in Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? I was very involved. I'm very involved in my DSA chapter. And I knocked doors for Harris too. And just the amount of like venom that we got at the door was like venom and indifference.
What was the venom? What was the source of the venom?
Well, the source of the venom was just simply like we were knocking on Republican doors.
Oh, okay.
Like I knocked in Waukesha, Wisconsin, in Waukesha County. It is the reddest county and the reddest city in this state. Like the lady one of the candidates for the Supreme Court was a municipal judge in that area, and she's a complete psychopath. So basically the stuff that when we were like phone banking, they had us working lists that had Republicans on it. And whenever we were knocking doors, we were knocking Republican doors.
On
and
purpose?
They were like, what the hell? Yes.
It's insane.
So they said you're going to be. Did they?
This is insane. And it kind of proves that they had no message. They had completely run out of anything that wasn't actually speaking to people about their material needs or about their frustrations, perhaps with foreign policy decisions like Gaza, Israel stuff. Rather than, and they knew they tired out the fear mongering to leftists on Trump. They knew that everybody who was to the left was already, had heard everything possible about Trump. So they decided to go to Republicans instead of doing all the hard work of trying to come up with a message to tell your voters. Because Republicans, let's be real, Republicans aren't Democratic voters. And I don't know how else or how we're ever going to get this across to Democrats. But Republicans aren't Democratic voters. There's a huge swath of people who aren't voting, and that's who you need to be getting to vote. Okay? People who would generally like an actual different party from Republicans. Not Republican light. That doesn't count.
You're going to be going out and knocking on Republican doors because we think that there's an opportunity here?
Yes.
And who was the campaign?
That was the reasoning.
Was it the campaign?
It was the campaign.
Interesting.
They're like, oh, we can pick up these seats. And guess where we knocked? We knocked in the freaking suburbs.
Get out to vote for Republicans.
We knocked in the suburbs, the most psychopathic group of people that live in Wisconsin. Suburban voters. Like, they were, well, we don't want
Sam is so upset by this right now. You can see it.
Metropolis that brings in all the money.
Sam is so upset right now listening to this. Like, he's not upset at the caller. He's just genuinely you can see it. You can't even see it in his face because his face is completely gone. But he's just broken inside right now.
Like, they were, well, we don't want to turn into Milwaukee. Oh, you mean a thriving metropolis that brings in all the money in the state?
Oh, that's not what they meant. You know what they meant.
I know what they meant. Yeah, I know what they meant. And it's just like, so there's stuff like that. And then it was just indifference. Like the other doors that we would knock, it would just be people just wouldn't answer. They'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Who's running? Like, they were just disengaged. And that's 100% correct. It was the battle you're fighting is not between trying to convince some psychopathic Republican to vote.
Yeah.
For you. You're trying to convince a Democrat to not sit on their freaking couch.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, that's it. And none of these people knew. And I know my sample size is very small because I only knocked like a couple hundred doors, right? My sample size is very small. But none of them knew about any of the policies that Biden had passed. Like, none of them. They were all blindsided.
Let's not forget, Wisconsin was one of the states that Democrats needed and Democrats lost. And while this guy might be just knocking on a couple hundred doors, he's part of a team. So it's not really anecdotal, unless he's just lying. Like if he was paid by the campaign and he was part of a team doing the same thing he was doing, right? That equates to thousands of doors being knocked on. That could have been Democratic voters. Instead, they chose Republicans, which is just fucking insane. I cannot understand why they would have done this. So disappointing. And you know what? Both of their faces look pretty disappointed right now, too, because they're doing the math, too, the same way I'm doing it right now. I know this guy is trying to be somewhat cheery and, skeptical or whatever, or like not try to take his experience and extrapolate it over the whole thing, but that's exactly what they're doing. It's what I'm doing right now, because if he was working for the campaign and he was knocking on doors, that's representative of states, multiple states. Probably not just, there's no way it's just Wisconsin they were doing that. There's no way, especially considering what we saw during the campaign with them going around with Lynn Cheney all the time. All these billionaires and celebrities, and rather than speaking to voters, telling people what the plan was for the future, stuff like that, didn't happen as much. Just wild. All right, now let's talk about this. This is a disturbing situation here. There is a hearing going on right now. I believe is a House hearing over the Social Security Administration. Let's talk about some of this stuff. Now, first, let's see what Republicans, or at least some of the Republicans, had to say here, or at least one Republican specifically. We're just going to do one of each. Let's go to John Moulinier here, or Moulinier, whatever his name is. He is here to complain about the IT system for Social Security Administration. Spoiler alert, he's going to get some bad news on why it's not as good as it should be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner, thanks for being here. Appreciate your service. The House Appropriations Committee has expressed concerns that the SSA's antiquated IT service management system is adversely impacting agency employees' ability to deliver the service and efficiency that Americans, including many of my constituents in Michigan, expects and deserves. And it's been 4 years since the SSA began modernizing its IT service management tools in fiscal year 2021 to improve customer service, optimize operational efficiency, and maximize organizational productivity. Despite this effort, I continue to hear complaints from my constituents that their experience with SSA doesn't meet what they would expect from a 21st century economy.
That's true.
Can you explain why it's taking SSA several years to modernize its IT systems when other organizations, both private and public, seem to do it sooner?
Yes, sir. It comes down to a lack of money. In other words, I was one of my many conversations with Chairman Ferguson. He said, well, why can't you make up that yawning gap in the reduction of staff with better IT? And I said, because you haven't increased our IT funding either. And when you level fund the agency's IT budget, what the result of that is that, where, say, 15 years ago, Congressman, you might have had this much that went to keeping the systems, the legacy systems tied together, and then you'd have this much more for modernization. But with 10 years of level funding, more and more is taken up with keeping green screens and COBOL taped together rather than doing the modernization. But we have had one big success is the online, which the White House OMB rated as one of the best website in the federal government. We don't have enough lines of service on there. We would like to put more on there. There's about 8 things that you can do online, and we would like to add more to it. We also recently, on August 22nd, we cut over to a whole new 800 number system with AWS Connect. And that will give us a sort of customer relations management that people are accustomed to receiving from their bank.
AWS mentioned.
There's other things we'd like to do on notifying people through text. It's really a lack of investment. And I'm glad you asked that question, because one of my deep concerns about this agency when I depart next Friday is a looming problem on the horizon of antiquated IT systems totally breaking down or being shut down by bad actors.
So if I could just summarize, so what you're saying is the amount that's been spent modernizing really has even struggled to maintain.
Yes, sir. We like to call it modernize. We like to whistle past the lack of funding by giving our people some hope that it's going to be modernized. I mean, we've done a lot of things. I mean, we created there was a tool we created called AMP to automate Medicare-only claims, and that worked really great. We were able to, we've been able to do some other things like that cut over to AWS, which also saves us money, by the way, and is going to give us greater capacity. But at the end of the day, this agency hasn't received a modernization fund, a real investment since Walter Cronkite reported on it in the 1960s. And we used to be a leader in the world.
So, my constituents would think $1.5 billion is quite an investment.
I know, the numbers are big.
What would be the right number?
The answer to that is a twofold. These CRs hurt us in a lot of ways, including this. When we have to, put the brakes on and go hiring freeze, that's one hurt. The IT funding really needs to be approximately a $5 billion shot, one time, but without any threat that it will be taken back. With $5 billion in IT modernization, I have no doubt this agency could move to the forefront again in customer service.
And then what would the annual requirement be after that?
Right now the level it's at is kind of what they call in the agency lights on. And even with lights on, we had 2 incidences where the lights went totally off this year. So the ongoing funding would be about what you see right now. That's kind of the lights on maintenance funding. But a one-term shot, Congressman, that we would be able to plan and execute and know that we could get done, because a lot of these modernizations, the little ones around the edges, the history over the last 10 years of reductions is that they start them and then they have to stop mid-year.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Because they don't have the funding to complete them, and then a new budget's passed, they start again, and they have to. That's the worst way to do it.
Exactly. And the fact is, because the government can't manage to pass an actual budget, and they keep doing continuing resolutions like he mentioned, they have to keep stopping and starting building out web capabilities. I don't know how anybody here, any of you do any of that kind of stuff, but if you put it down for 6 months and you fire a bunch of people, and then you try and rehire those same tech workers, many of them might not even be available to do the job, first off, because tech workers, move around more than I think some workers to some degree. But also because, suddenly things have changed, right? Suddenly there's new security threats. Suddenly there's new things that could be done. And if you, say you were to replace the team with, say, 80% of the same people, there'd be 20% of the people in this team who would have no idea where things were left off, why it was that one thing was coded away than it was a different way, right? And decisions may seem arbitrarily made, and they probably may have been. But the fact is trying to do that kind of stuff in a piecemeal fashion rather than just spending the money and getting it done is idiotic. And it gets less done than it would. We spend more money to get less done rather than just making it happen. Now, there's some other problems right now that the Social Security Administration is facing. That being that Republicans are trying to raise the retirement age from 67 to 69, a second time in the last decade? Might be a little bit longer, but it's getting ridiculous. All right. Yeah. This is Representative Mark Pocan. Can't remember where he's from. Connecticut, maybe?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. It's nice to come to a hearing when you've got someone who's so unbelievably competent in the position, who can explain things like you are. So appreciate it. Yeah, your graph pretty much said everything. You're at a 50-year low of employees with a record number of beneficiaries, and we're not giving you any money, and we're trying to expect different results. And yet, through going on Amazon Web, you've done this new development where you're tracking people literally minute by minute.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see.
Never had before. Couldn't be any more efficient.
Before.
When you figure out what's on their coffee mug at home, then we'll really get somewhere, I guess. But I mean, you're getting to a level of efficiency that's off the chart. So what I'd rather ask you a couple questions about, just from your experience, because you're leaving in 10 days, is, 40% of seniors live exclusively off of Social Security. The best programs that any of my constituents call me about are Social Security and Medicare. Medicare, we got some challenges with Medicare Advantage. I'm not going to ask you about that. That's not your purview. But on this, I have two questions. One, cost of living adjustment. A lot of organizations have suggested we go to a CPI-E, something that recognizes expenses that seniors actually have.
Right.
I'd love to get your opinion on that. And then secondly, the Republican Study Committee, Project 2025, a number of other politicians have recommended raising the retirement age from 67 to 69. I'm someone who has a union printing shop, work with a lot of people in the trades. You're not going to still be laying brick and doing a lot of work at those ages. It's impractical to suggest something like that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys may have looked at some of that, since there has been conversation around it. I'd love to hear your thoughts about raising, not only is it a real cut to people.
70-year-old bricklayer. That's how you get efficiency.
In their benefits by doing that. But practically, what does that mean? And what other type of benefits are we going to have to offer people for disability, et cetera, because you're asking someone to work in an area maybe they can't still work in? So if you could address the CPI-E and then this issue of raising the age.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome questions. CPI-E is an index that acknowledges the fact that seniors had to pay a lot more for a lot of things that younger people don't. Primarily, prescription drugs, perhaps some ambulatory services to get around. And that would be a better way to go. It would be a better way to go, and so I'll just say that. It would be fairer. We need to, 80% of Americans believe we should actually strengthen and expand Social Security benefits. 80%. I mean, even in a very polarized and divided time. I mean, there's more trust in this program in America than any other program except the Department of Interior. We're second only to Smokey the Bear. So 80% of Americans want it to be sustained, made stronger, and an increase in benefits. My heart goes out to seniors. In 1 month, they're going to receive a COLA increase of 2.5%, and the next month, they're going to receive a notice that their Medicare is going up. So we need to strengthen Social Security, not weaken it. In terms of, this is a debate that goes on. It happened a lot in 1982. They raised the retirement age. The key that the actuaries look at is our life expectancy after we retire. So that's what the actuaries calculate in. And it is a fact, as you've said, that people who work outdoors, who work with their hands, who do very physical work, have a lower life expectancy. So what you're actually doing is reducing their benefit if you don't allow them to apply at the age they can apply right now. I mean, somebody like Elon Musk or Warren Buffett is going to live a lot longer than a bricklayer.
No shit.
Or somebody that hauls, trash cans behind
That is shocking to hear.
Twice a week. So I think the better proposal for Social Security's long-term health is actually to ask people when they're making more than $400,000 to start paying into it. And we talked about this. Like, all of us pay up to last year was $168,800, and then we don't pay another penny into it. So as a practical matter, that means a nurse working at Johns Hopkins pays in every paycheck all through that year. But Warren Buffett stops paying after about the first 17 seconds after midnight in Anderson Cooper's show.
Follow the rich white man.
And most people don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
If I could just do a follow-up to that.
Yeah, I think that's... I mean, it's disgusting that, that, people like Warren Buffett just basically stop contributing to the system the second that the year starts. They make so much fucking money, and that they are exempt from doing so, from contributing to the system, because they make too much money. I'm sorry, we can't deal with all that money. How could we possibly?
Too much, man!
We have 40 likes. Okay. All right. Where were we just now? All right, let's go back to the majority report and talk about some more of the failings of the Kamala Harris campaign. Yay!
Basically, having her be a blank slate that was so poorly defined, and then the way that they chose to define her was everything that fit their priors, which is losing Democratic Party centrist politics that he's outlining here and showing no self-reflection about. Keep going.
Is there any more?
Generals and former Republican elected officials saying, I'm for Kamala Harris, that helps rebut that. In many respects, that'll be more effective than what she would say herself. And then as it relates to...
I'm sorry. I meant to start this back at the beginning. This was unintentional. Take two.
Data on who voted and why. Like, how many people went from being a Biden voter to a Trump voter, and how many new voters Trump brought out, you know, beyond. I mean, this is the thing I think that people don't understand fully is in terms of like how Harris performed, because she did get greater vote totals in, I think, 3 of the swing states than Biden did. But we don't know if she got a higher or smaller percentage of the potential electorate at that time, because we need more sophisticated sort of data that's going to come in probably like 4 or 5 months when people get a hold of voter files and whatnot. Because early on, one of the things I think that the Biden administration or the Biden campaign was counting on was that the cohort of voters who had voted for Biden in 2020 grew. And the cohort of voters who had voted most overwhelmingly for Trump shrunk.
Mm-hmm.
They were anticipating that younger people would make up a bigger portion of the pie. Older people would make up a smaller portion of the pie relative to 2020. We haven't seen that data fully yet, and we won't for a bit. But I mean, clearly Trump did better with younger people, but Harris should have done that much better. Like, Biden anticipated that if he was 65-35 with people between 18 and 35, this time around, he could be 55-45 with those people and still win, because that cohort was going to get that much bigger. I'm just throwing out arbitrary numbers. But my point being that there was also a failure in the way that Harris ran. And again, Biden should have gotten out of the race a year and a half ago. And so there was not as much margin for error, frankly, for Harris. But it was the Biden people who came in, some of the old school Democratic consultant class who have continually lost over and over again, came in. Here's David Plouffe. And I think, like, you know, you talk about Trump's branding. It's not ideological as much as it is insider, outsider, or, I mean, basically insider, outsider.
Okay. Now, let's get more into this. Where did they... Oh, it's like right here. Okay.
Just talk a little bit why you decided to do the stuff with Cheney, whether you saw any blowback at all in your data.
Well, first of all, you know, like any organization, you know, that's got the resources in the private sector, or in this case in politics, you make as many decisions as you can based on data by the marketplace. Okay. So, you know, turnout was up in Milwaukee, was down a little bit in Philadelphia and Detroit. But, you know, we spent a lot of time with voters who we were concerned weren't going to vote. And the fact that Liz Cheney was supporting Kamala Harris was not an issue raised by any of them. OK, so I'd say a couple of things. We were in a challenging political environment.
All right, pause it for a second. Pause it. First off, when you say when you say, he starts off by saying data is really the way that you go by it. Right. OK, well, here's some data that you just stated. Numbers were up in Milwaukee, but down in Philadelphia and Detroit. So in other words, whatever it is that you did as a campaign, because you worked in those 3 different cities, didn't work. Likely whatever somebody did in Milwaukee worked, but not what you as a campaign did, because you were 1 for 3 out of those cities. And the only thing difference between that city and the other 2 cities you were working on was that maybe there was a better machine in Wisconsin. Maybe that's Ben Wickler doing that.
Something to keep in mind with the DNC chair race, by the way.
So, like, he should not have brought that up in support of any argument he was making that they made right decisions. But of course, people who don't tend to vote aren't going to necessarily bring up a Liz Cheney. But I tell you who will bring up a Liz Cheney, all the people whose job it is to get those people to vote. All the activists, all the community workers, all the people in the community who you rely on to drive those people out to vote, they know who Lynn Cheney is. Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney. They know who both the
Both
Cheneys
of them,
are,
okay.
and their her husband, father. And they're the ones who were depressed by that. They're the ones who were aware that progressive ideas were being shunted aside, or at least being downplayed, in favor of this person. And and you want to get people out to vote. You need to give them a reason. And what
Seriously.
she was essentially.
That's what we keep saying over and over again. Rather than any sort of messaging, which is really, I used to see that as being Democrats' sort of strong suit. Like, they knew what they were about. And it was generally, and is still generally, the kind of stuff that Democrats are supposed to be about is the kind of stuff that the majority of people want. And yet they just kind of refuse to do any of that. And it's just so stupid. There was a playbook ready. Just say populist democratic economic stuff, please. But no, they're like, how many Republicans can we get on one stage?
A couple of things. We were in a challenging political environment where to get to 50% of the vote in enough states to win 270 electoral votes, we needed some percentage of Republicans. But I think what people forget is it's more the independents who act like Republicans, where issues of democracy, of how unhinged he is, Project 2025 mattered to them, even to some conservative Democrats. Also, when you're being attacked as being a crazy out-of-touch California liberal, when you have generals and former Republican elected officials saying, I'm for Kamala Harris, that helps rebut that. In many respects, that'll be more effective.
What's a conservative Democrat? Was that just... it doesn't even exist, right? Because didn't Kristen Sinema and Joey Manchin leave the Democratic Party? But they're basically what he's talking about, right? It's people who aren't actually Democrats. Basically. That's who they were trying to convince. People who generally thought right-wing stuff was good, but they like the letter D more than they like the letter R, I guess.
What she would say.
Okay, pause it. Yeah, go ahead.
We know that this entire strategy, the tactics may have worked, but the strategy failed miserably. Whatever data they had as a business person, according to him, was flawed data. It did not work. And the entire premise is wrong, too, because all they did, again, by bringing out all these establishment Republicans to say to Republicans, Donald Trump is not one of you, all they did was basically hype Donald Trump as the change agent and the outsider.
Yeah. But seriously, who was thinking through all of this? That's what a lot of sort of Republican curious people, be supposed to, the center right, if you will, were like kind of, stoked on. Right? I think a lot of people were just kind of sick of, in terms of the Republican Party, just the Republican Party in general. And the more that they pushed Donald Trump, to the sort of like outside of the normal Republicans, the more the people were like, oh, it sounds great. Because actually, I don't really like Matt Gaetz, and I don't really like all these people. And yeah, oh god, just a blunderous plan. Only the Democratic Party could figure some shit out. I'm honestly so pessimistic about Democrats in general, and unfortunately, someone with no interest in actually running for political office, like I struggle to actually get this all started right now. But we need somebody to get us started on a third party. All right, now let's actually, is there more of this I wanted to look at? I can't remember. Actually, let's watch a little bit more of this.
No self-reflection about. Keep going.
Is there any more?
Generals and former Republican elected officials saying, I'm for Kamala Harris, that helps rebut that. In many respects, that'll be more effective than what she would say herself. And then as it relates to, the comments about, wanting generals like Hitler, that bothered voters. Okay? This is something that concerned them about, okay, he seems like he's lost a step. He seems a little more unhinged, unstable. The people who worked for him last time are warning us, and now he says something like this. So, yeah,
I just also, I'm sorry to interrupt this, but the other thing you can notice about this is the question was, what do you regret, more or less, campaigning with Lynn Cheney? And again, it's not like this was just like, well, one time went out. Like the entire end of the campaign was essentially focused around Lynn Cheney. And if you notice, everything he's saying is about trying to make Donald Trump look worse in the eyes of the voters. This is 8 years after he wins in 2017. Like, none of it is talking about what Kamala Harris is going to do.
Yeah.
None of it. None of it. And the theory that Trump is worse than you thought. Like, I mean, just you're trying to communicate either to people, to low propensity voters, right? Because if you're a high propensity voter, then you're a high information voter. You know all you need to know about Donald Trump.
Yep.
But now you're bringing out, Liz Cheney to speak to low information voters. And again, all you're saying to these low information voters are these Republicans you've never heard of because you're a low information voter, low propensity voter.
Lucky if they know who Dick Cheney is. These Republicans you've never heard of are only basically saying, he's not a real Republican. And so it's giving permission to these voters to go like, good, I want to get rid of the establishment regardless of who it is. I mean, it's so internally inconsistent.
Yeah, it's one thing to bring out, say they brought out Adam Kinzinger, Sam. Wouldn't love it. Would have been better than the Cheney thing because of what I just said about they're speaking to different audiences. Like Matt said this off mic, they're so in the news.
Yep.
Exactly, Emma. Exactly. And, we here are those sorts of people, very stuck in the news, very high information type people. And, like, we aren't representative of the whole population, unfortunately. If only people were as focused as Galactic News Network viewers were on the news. Oh boy. Then we might have a better society, perhaps.
You guys know what Liz Cheney's role was on January 6th.
And what Joe Scarborough was saying about Hitler. Like, nobody pays attention. People are living their life.
You guys know that she got ousted because she decided that, like, the election was Biden won the election. But the voters that you're trying to target, or should have been trying to target, don't know that. So they're like, they don't even know how to speak to the voters that they needed.
Yep.
And now he says something like this. So, yeah, we could have decided to ignore that and just say, let's talk about tax cuts today. I don't think that would have advanced the ball with the people we needed to advance it with. And again, I just want to, again, it can sound like making excuses. This
You didn't advance the ball with the people that you needed to advance the ball with. I can't believe he's talking like this in post. That wouldn't have, it wouldn't, guess what? Whatever it is you did not, in fact, advance that ball. What are we living in Twilight Zone right now? What's happening?
Headwinds. And I think. And now he says something like this. So, yeah, we could have decided to ignore that and just say, let's talk about tax cuts today. I don't think that would have advanced the ball with the people we needed to advance it with. And again, I just want to, again, it can sound
nobody
like
wanted
making excuses.
to talk
This
about tax
political
cuts.
environment sucked, okay? We were dealing with ferocious headwinds. And I think people's instinct was...
The ferocious headwinds that they're talking about is Gaza, basically. I think, in my estimation, if they had at least done that, the headwinds would have softened. It would have been more of a breeze. It would have opened some things up, I think. Of course, they didn't speak enough to economic issues as well. There are solutions talking about this $25,000 credit for first-time home buyers and crap like that, which only helps a certain group of people. You know, those kind of messages were just not. It just wasn't what people wanted to hear, needed to hear. They needed to hear that we were going to protect things like Social Security and Medicare, and we were going to, do something about the massive inequality, rather than bringing billionaires and conservatives up to tell us about how we need more joy.
To give the Republicans and even Donald Trump another chance. So we had a complicated puzzle to put together here in terms of the voters. And it was going to take a little bit more independent Republicans than we saw in 20. Maybe 1% more Republican voters for us. It was going to take voters saying, even though I judged Trump's first term favorably, I'm more concerned about him this time. We had to get more voters to say that. So, and if you look at how we closed, I think we did one day with Liz Cheney in the last couple of weeks. You look at the ads we ran, they were heavily centered on the economy, on tax cuts, on Trump being for the wealthy. So this notion that somehow we weren't focused.
You notice how he finished it there talking about Trump again. Everybody knows everything they need to know about Trump. Even low information voters know everything they need to know about Trump. And instead of giving us a clear message, the path forward, it was just, you should already be happy. Joy, joy, joy. Everybody should already be happy. Everything's pretty much fine. We just need to do a couple of tweaks here and everything's fine.
On the economy, that was the driving motivation and message in our campaign. The closing speech, yes, it took place at the Ellipse, was a huge contrast on the economy and the people Donald Trump would fight for and the people Kamala Harris would fight for. So I think that mistakes, I think my concern about that is just, again, we have to understand that what happened in this election and what didn't. And, I think at the end of the day,
oh my God,
we had to raise people's
so many
concern.
platitudes from this fucking guy. All right, that's enough of this. Say something concrete, would you? I mean, holy crap. You're on national television, buddy. Okay. This should be fun. Let's go here to C-SPAN. This is from about 10 days ago. Somehow I missed this. Didn't get this in here, but it felt like a good time because we're going to talk about some economic issues here. What the Trump administration might do with the power of the purse, things like that, shortly, before we get to Thanksgiving. Let's go, here, C-SPAN. Josh Hawley, Republican senator from Fuckville, wherever it is, he has a problem with a couple of massive financial institutions. Interesting. Let's see what he has to say about all this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that point about Visa and MasterCard being successful businesses, I think you figured it out, haven't you? I mean, what's your profit margin, Ms. Kirkpatrick?
It's circa 50%.
Mr. Sheedy?
That sounds healthy.
Slightly higher.
It's higher than 50%?
Big money.
Margin?
Slightly higher than MasterCard, yes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It is. It's pretty good, Josh.
50% profit margin. I mean, that's absolutely unbelievable. What's the answer to the Walmart question, by the way, that Senator Welch posed to you? What's Walmart's interchange fee that you negotiate with them?
I don't have it with me today.
You don't have any idea whatsoever? Is it higher or lower than 2.5%?
Walmart negotiates their rates based on the business that they do with us.
Meaning they're big, they're really big, they're gigantic. So they get a better deal than Mr. Callahan or most small businesses in Missouri.
Definitely.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, Senator, we have volume discounts that we offer to some merchants. Yeah. I suspect Walmart is one of them. And, you know,
I feel what's hilarious about this here, because these two are basically direct competitors who collude all the time, and like, it's hilarious to me for him. For this conversation is so, like, in ways it's like kind of awkward, because he's like, of course we have to give Walmart exactly what Visa gives them, otherwise, you know, we'll have problems.
Believe that it's commercially unreasonable to get an arrangement where, in exchange for more volume, a merchant can qualify for lower rates?
Well, I'm sure it's not commercially unreasonable for Walmart, or certainly it's in their financial interest and in yours. What? But I doubt it's in Mr. Callahan's financial interest. And my question to you, Mr. Callahan, is when you've got Walmart and other major competitors getting charged much less than you are, why in the world would you stick with these guys? I mean, why is it that small businesses continue to use Visa
why
and
would you use Visa or MasterCard?
You're getting charged so much more.
Explain that, Mr. Callahan.
It's in my opinion, it's a matter of convenience for the customer, and customers matter to our business.
Maybe is it because that Visa and MasterCard are effectively monopolies? They control 80% of the market.
Certainly part of the
80%.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm just having a hard time understanding, Mr. Sheedy and Ms. Kirkpatrick. You have a business model. You're making over 50% profit margin. You are able to give the shaft to small businesses. Estimated cost to Missouri businesses from these fees is $1.5 billion. That's with a B, $billion a year.
That's a lot of money.
Why aren't all of these businesses running away from this model? Because they don't have a choice, because you control so much of the market. This is classic monopolistic behavior.
No.
Your testimony here today is you don't want any
Don't
competition.
say it, Josh.
You have 80% of the market, but you don't want any more competition. I'm having a hard time finding that position defensible.
You know what I'm sure is going to happen at some point, because, you know, I don't have a whole lot of faith that Josh intends to do anything about this. I think, if anything, Josh is just reminding the two spokespeople. I don't think they're the CEOs. I think they're maybe CFOs or just point people. Honestly, don't know what their exact job titles are. But I assume that he's just sort of trying to relay the message to Visa and MasterCard to get on those donations. You know? He's just trying to remind them that he does have power. Republicans are about to be in office, and if they want to keep those monopolistic practices going, they gotta fund old Mr. Harley over here. Because I'm sure that the Republicans will be doing exactly nothing on monopolistic practices once they get in office. They were planning on, I mean, weren't they all screaming about getting Lena Khan out of the FTC? A woman who has been doing literally everything she can to tamp down on these very sorts of practices. I thought that was basically the bane of Republicans' sort of goals, was to be concerned about this sort of stuff. But hey, maybe Josh didn't get the memo. It's weird. It's a weird vibe. Anyway, let's go here to ProPublica from 2 days ago and talk a little bit about how Donald Trump plans to take spending control from Congress.
Illegal.
This is the only way we will ever return
The only way.
a balanced budget impoundment.
Rather than relying on his party's control of Congress to trim the budget, Donald Trump wants to take the power of the purse away from Congress using impoundment. Trump intends to, quote-unquote, impound the money, refuse to spend it, using an obscure legal theory. Hold the goddamn it. Okay, this is moving way too fast. We're going to need to slow this down a little bit. Please hold. These titles, these are not readable at this speed. Without literally going full carnival barker, or not carnival barker, like auctioneer on you right now. Which, no, we're not going to do that. Let's just speak at a normal volume here. Take two. All right. Trump intends to impound the money, aka refuse to spend it, using an obscure legal theory that says the president can withhold funds for programs he doesn't like. It's a theory. It's not actually in the Constitution. That's what they're pointing out here. The music is real creepy like this. The Constitution gives Congress sole authority to set the federal budget, while the role of the executive branch is to dole out the money effectively. So you're saying it's his job to give out that money as Congress deemed it, and not be a fascist? Authoritarian? Trump and his aides claim there is a long presidential history of impoundment dating back to Thomas Jefferson.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Jefferson decided not to spend money Congress had appropriated for gunboats, a decision the law authorized him to make. President Richard Nixon took impoundment to a new extreme. He used impoundment to gut billions from programs he simply opposed, such as highway improvements, water treatment, drug rehabilitation, and disaster relief for farmers. Well, who wants any of that stuff? Come on. Who needs roads? The Supreme Court ruled that none of the appropriations bills at issue gave Nixon the flexibility to cut individual programs.
Illegal.
Congress also passed the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which requires the president to spend the money Congress approves.
Bringing back
impoundment. The prospect of Trump seizing vast control over federal spending is not merely about reducing the size of the federal government, a long-standing conservative goal.
which to obliterate the deep state, drain the swamp,
Is also fueling new fears about the president-elect's promises of vengeance.
warmongers, these people that want wars all over the...
Okay. So yeah, we actually listened to Russ vote on Tucker Carlson talk just in an incredibly long-winded fashion about this very thing. He believes that the executive branch has the authority to do just that. That's basically his theory. It's not his theory, but it's his favorite theory, and that's what they're going to be sticking by. And he's going to be the one of advising Donald Trump on financial, fiscal, budgetary decisions. It's literally going to be his job. You love the slow slur Trump. It was actually pretty hilarious. I am not going to lie. I was enjoying it too. Let's go here to Zateo from 12 hours ago. 4 ways Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy can cut $2 trillion in U.S. spending. Interesting. Sounds like Mehdi Hasan has some recommendations for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in their new department, Doge. Oh shit, it's on half.
That's a reference to the new...
Normal speed, please. There we go.
Department of Government Efficiency, and not the 2013 online meme that's since been co-opted by a lot of crypto bros and incels. Talking of bros, Trump's Doge will be co-run by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and they have grand plans to save taxpayer money. Grand plans.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes, you heard that right. Elon and Vivek are going to wipe out $2 trillion worth of US spending. Slash it right down. But beside the fact that Trump's essentially awarded these two rich supporters of his a participation trophy for their loyalty, nothing screams government efficiency like hiring two people to do the same job.
Makes sense. No, it's you just got you don't have to just, you have to not think about it.
Government is not running as efficiently as it could. What I don't agree with is that this is the solution.
75% headcount reduction across the board in the federal bureaucracy. Send them home packing. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed.
I'm going to come back to the 75% reduction in a moment, but first let's take a step back and take a look at the entire federal budget. US spending is broken down into three categories: mandatory, discretionary, and net interest payments. In 2023, the US spent 62% of its $6.1 trillion budget on mandatory entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare.
All the popular
which, by the
stuff.
way, Trump vowed not to slash during his campaign. So cutting mandatory spending is really out of the question here. But what then does that actually leave us with?
Yeah, good question.
Well, discretionary spending made up roughly 28% of the budget. That's it. 28%. And that's where Musk and Ramaswamy are going to make all their savings. They're going to try and slash 75% of government jobs. But first off, it's not that easy to just snap your fingers and make 75% of the federal workforce disappear. And even if you could fire 75% of government employees just like that, and without making the government itself collapse, according to the Congressional Budget Office, the US spent roughly $271 billion on personnel costs in 2022. So Doge cutting 75% of government jobs would save around $200 billion a year, a drop in the bucket compared to the US's $1.8 trillion deficit, and just 10% of the $2 trillion that Musk ambitiously said he'd cut.
It's slightly less, like
In the
10%.
spirit of America coming together, working together.
That's efficiency
I want to
for you.
help Vivek and Elon make our government more efficient. I want to help them save taxpayer money. So what if I told you that we could save over $1 trillion over 10 years by cutting from just one government department, a department that makes up almost half of all discretionary spending?
Ooh, tell us more.
A department that has failed its annual audit
Sounds
for
promising.
7 years in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the United States Department of Defense.
Oh.
Yes, the Pentagon, whose budget in 2023 was already a whopping $805 billion. And this year, that number climbed to $842 billion, the largest defense budget in American history, even though supposedly we're not at war right now. And that $37 billion increase is, I should add, higher than the roughly $30 billion we spend on child nutrition programs.
Yeah.
It's even higher than NASA's entire $25 billion budget.
It does
Let's
seem like a
zoom
lot,
out here so we
lot
can
more than
really
that.
put into a global context just how ludicrously massive the US defense budget is. Because not only is it the largest in the world, but last year US defense spending was more than the next 9 biggest defense budgets combined.
Weird, because I feel like we are always talking about how these two up here at the top are very threatening to the U.S. So either we're very inefficient with this budget, or something's wrong here.
Defense spending was more than the next 9 biggest defense budgets combined.
Or maybe both.
Combined. I mean, $842 billion is an insane amount of money, and the Department of Defense can't even keep track of it. Vivek, Elon, that's what you need to be cutting. I know you guys and Doge are obsessed with the federal government spending money on studies like whether tequila or gin makes sunfish more aggressive. But the Pentagon has also been known to spend ridiculous amounts on ridiculous things. $10,000 on toilet seat lids, $1,200 on coffee cups, and $435 on hammers. And lest we forget that earlier this year, the Department of Defense spent $230 million to build a temporary pier to deliver humanitarian
We
aid
talked
to
about that
Gaza,
pier so
only
much.
for it to kill one
I
soldier,
hate that pier.
float away,
That's
and
my
shut
least
down
favorite pier
after
of all
just
time.
20 days of use. But look, this is all chump change. Let's talk about how Doge can cut big money by taking an axe to the Pentagon budget. The good news is,
Look, Jerry, he's being accurate. I know that you take some sort of but you oppose the statement that the U.S. is not at war. I get it. It sounds ridiculous, but technically we've made a legal loophole so that we don't actually have to say that we're at war when we are at war. Because it's now we can do, what are they called again? Military engagements and other things like that. Of course, there's always the proxy wars that we fund, too.
The work's already been done because the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, outlined in 2021 3 ways that the Department of Defense...
My least favorite peer should be Piers. Oh, wow. Well played, but I wouldn't do that to Piers, okay? And I don't mean Piers Morgan, I mean Piers in general. They don't deserve to be associated with a man like Piers Morgan. That's unfair to Piers everywhere.
Could change its military approach to cut $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Oh, and in 2018, it also outlined 16 areas where the Department of Defense can cut at least $10 billion each over the next decade. So, here are just 3 of many suggestions from the CBO. First, the DoD could make changes to DoD structure and personnel. The CBO says that the Defense Department could save $1 trillion over the next 10 years by reducing headcount 20%. And in its 2018 report, the CBO also suggested that the DoD could replace some of its military personnel, like those in finance and accounting, with civilian employees.
Whoa, civilian employees doing accounting. That's too much, man.
Too much, man!
Okay. Maybe we get rid of the civilian employees, the other ones, though? Like the, I don't know, what are they called? Blackwater type people. Seems like an idea. Replace one group of third-party contractors with another. Probably save some money doing that, too. Maddie's got some pretty great ideas here. Recommend on your free time you watch the rest of that. He covers a couple of those things I just mentioned. Is it time for a break? Space break? I think it might be time for a space break. Yeah. It's that time. Space break initiated. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Once you're done doing both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network because, it's not free to keep this spaceship running, bringing you all the latest. All sorts of ways for you to contribute. YouTube now, as well as Twitch. We got Cash App and PayPal if you just want to give me money for no good reason. I mean, but at least, you might have a reason for it, but you would get 0 benefits aside from having made the Galactic News Network possible for yourself and others. But, where you can get the most space benefits? It's going to be Patreon, actually. Becoming a Galactic patron gives you access to a host of galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way. Don't forget, we are entirely funded by viewers just like you. Alright, chat, enjoy this space intermission. Grab yourself a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. think know what that means, don't you? It means it's time for you to get back into your goddamn seats, because all the space content's about to get started again in this here second half. Alright, now we're not quite done with US politics. We have one last thing to do. And that is to see Hasan and his uncle Cenk Uygur discuss things after, I think at least after their Thanksgiving meal. Which I found kind of hilarious. Just like the premise of it. It's like, hey, Uncle Cenk, you want to do a podcast episode real quick? In between turkey and pie? Alright. Hasanabi Productions has the whole goddamn thing.
Kamala
You're
Harris
out of your
say,
mind.
Why did Kamala Harris in 2019 say on tape that because there was hold on, Haas, let me finish. Because there was enormous pressure. There was enormous pressure from the radical left to say, "Oh yeah, you got to be pro-transgender," because of the extreme left.
We've lost the plot. Okay.
Oh boy.
No,
we've completely lost the plot. Am I ready, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, Shaky Gurga is here in the building. It's Thanksgiving time.
What is he
baby.
wearing right now?
It's Thanksgiving time.
What?
Unk is here.
It's Thanksgiving.
What is that?
It's Thanksgiving time. Okay, I'm not the only one to say that. What the hell is he wearing right now? Is he wearing Is he wearing one dress shirt on top of another dress shirt, or on top of a suit on top of it? I'm confused. What's happening?
Present for you. Okay?
You do? Okay. Oh my god.
It's
How much do you love
fantastic
I know
shirt.
you're a big fan of Hunter Biden.
I know.
Free Hunter.
This reminds me of one of the first.
I'll get you a new one.
This is no, it's fine. I like it. Did you guys make this? Is it your merch?
Yeah.
You made a free Hunter.
Come on, that's pretty good.
No, it's sick.
You know who came up with that idea?
Who?
I did.
I love that.
Free Hunter, baby.
Okay, so before we get started, you might be confused as to why we're calling you Shaky Gurga.
Yes.
And a lot of people in the past has, said your name incorrectly. It's been very frustrating for myself, but I'm sure it's been somewhat frustrating for you. Maybe you're used to it.
Look how many
but I had
jank
actually
emotes are in
never
chat.
heard this version of
Hasan's
your
chat
name.
is like
And
80%
when we first
jank
heard it, we were like,
emotes.
this is it. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. And now we refer to you as Shaky Gurga. Let's take
It's
a look.
possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a
zeros-
debater, and he's been very clear that
Yeah,
he
I know.
doesn't.
And-
He's
well,
not
he
a
shouldn't
debate
be
lord.
because
This
he's
is-
literally a
Wait, who are they talking about?
So this is, does anyone have the OG TikTok? I want to show Cenk. I want to show Uncle Cenk the OG TikTok. Does anyone have it? The TikTok got taken down. I can't find it. Okay, so this is the, I guess like one of those like misogynist podcasts where they just like will have someone, they'll have like some pervert guy who's like really good at debate like women that they hire to be on the podcast.
Yeah, I think I've seen who's gone on this show. I think Dave Rubin and Charlie Kirk, I think I've seen is on there before. But yeah, mostly dudes in that space.
To be ritualistically humiliated, basically. And this is like their debate champion that they bring forward. And it was the girl that was on. The girl that was on was apparently a fan of mine and was saying like, oh, Hasan is going to hate that I'm on this podcast because he hates you guys. The original TikTok, I think. Oh, is this it?
You appear to have a crush on Hasan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why?
He's a socialist, and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow
Oh, he's
debater.
so low
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's
Well,
not
he
a
shouldn't
debate
be
lord.
because he's literally a moron. So it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely
He's
disagree.
literally a moron. He is not intelligent enough to destroy women in the marketplace of ideas and remind them of their position in society. Unlike me, I love these guys.
He sounds super credible so far.
Love these guys so much. They don't know how much I love them because it's like, dude, you're just basically debating the position that you're an unfuckable loser. Like that's the only thing that you're signaling to every single person, where you're like, I've destroyed this female in the marketplace of ideas. My interlocutors have been owned. It's like, okay,
it's not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's
And Cenk knows all about that.
smartest person. He's
Look
a,
at Cenk.
He's an
He's
internet
the
personality who
pinnacle of masculinity.
a political commentator.
Did you hear that?
who
Who's connected to Shaky Girl.
Look, man. So look, when I played high school football, we had this hilarious public access would carry the games, right? And so we had these announcers, and the coach had put on pads, and he's kind of a young guy. Later was like involved in like a Supreme Court decision, etc. But he's like, all right, I'm going to participate in the practice, and anybody can hit me. He comes across the middle, and I lay him out, right? And so coach hated me. I don't know if that's why he hated me or not. But the announcers in the game, crunch somebody.
I love how Chad has not given up
they
on
tell
the
story
Cenk
about
emotes.
how I hit the coach, and they go,
It's still at
"That's
least
Cenk Wider.
65%.
He'll hit
Although it has
anybody."
come down slightly.
We've heard that one before, like chunky yogurt. Charlie Kirk famously once called you a slur.
Did he? No, he just said Cenk.
Well, he said it with so much stink on it that it sounds exactly like when you say a chink in someone's armor. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. That's
Like
he said Cenk. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he intended it or not. I doubt he intended it.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
He did it.
Yeah, you gotta give
I don't-
you gotta give Charlie Kirk. You gotta give him the benefit of the doubt, right, Cenk?
He was trying to
He
say,
deserves it.
No, I don't think he was trying to say that.
Nah.
Like, you think Charlie Kirk knows the Turks are originally Central Asian? And
No.
hence-
No.
So,
but Sync is a good one. Sync is a great one.
Joe Manchin called me Jenks throughout the interview. Hey, Jenks.
That's awesome.
So it is in fact
here,
Cenk.
famously.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Have you never seen this?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Every time.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, every time
That's a
he gets more raises, his
fantastic
face gets
application.
smaller.
Perfect use of the internet.
And
I live like a capitalist every single day. I live like a capitalist every
This is
single
what
day.
the internet was made for, okay?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day,
his
Cenk.
face was
Yeah,
normal.
that's the right face.
Yeah, that like
That's
if his
a normal
face,
face.
seemingly if his face was like 110%, like if his face was 10% larger, like he would
I
be
live like a capitalist every
like
single day,
literally
Cenk.
like 7 to 10% larger. He has a normal face.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
This is what he normally looks like.
On
This
the
is
other
funny.
hand, if we're talking about head to body ratio, well then we're
Yo, that's out of line. That is out of line, dude. You're coming in.
start out ad hominem.
You came in hot. You came in. Thank you, Mom. Mom is defending me. She said that's a low blow. That's crazy that you came in and you hit me where it hurts the most, my tiny head. That's hot. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I wish I had tiny body parts.
I'm sorry that I am, brolic as and I have a normal head, but my shoulders are so ginormous that it makes me look small in comparison, even though it's a normal size head.
Wow.
Body shape.
Let's
be
like,
clear about
I
that.
don't even know. Wow. What is this? Where is this coming from, buddy?
That's something that I wanted to. Yeah, I'm a delicacy in Korea. Okay, remember that shaky Gurga.
Political commentator.
And got his job because he had contacts.
Do you watch
for
political
Shaky
commentate?
Yes,
Commentate?
I'm a political commentator.
Okay.
Who is this guy? He is a political
I've
commentator?
never heard of him.
I've never heard of this person. We don't know you, little bro.
I am a
Anyway.
political
What's his name?
commentator.
Oh, actually, you know what? It's even better. His name is Zero.
Yeah, his name is nothing. So, anyway, you're too hairy for Korea. It's fine. We can get it. We can get that taken care of. This dude was on Twitch a long time ago. Okay, nice. Who cares? All right, that guy. So, this was a.
I love how him and his uncle are just doing react videos for Thanksgiving.
We'll show your highlight reel here. Shaky Gurga gets into a fight with Alan Lichtman. This was the people love. Okay, I love.
People loved it.
I've made fun of Alan Lichtman before, like before the election, where I was like, because a lot of liberals would come into my chat and be like, but the 13 keys, like he knows how to turn him. I'm like, he made it up. Like you can't.
We must give the people what
like,
they
there
want.
There is no hard science here. He made up certain, like he tried to make like a scientific equation for why he was going to be consistently, he's going to be consistently successful at predicting the outcome of elections. And it is ridiculous to look at that. It's like no different.
I don't know if anybody else has been paying attention to it like I have. I just can't help it. But I have noticed that the number of jank emotes has come down drastically in just a few minutes. 8 minutes. Went from about 95% jank emotes down to, I think it's getting close to like 10% or less now.
You know, those famous like octopus that always choose the right right candidate ahead of time. Yeah. It's like Moodang.
It's like the cat that falls, if he falls on his left side going down the stairs, then the Republican wins, and falls on his right side. It's nonsense. It's been nonsense from day one.
Anyway, but yeah, here.
Sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
him before
and
the
I was
election.
not wrong, and that's a cheap shot.
Oh, that is a cheap shot.
Who won, brother?
You know what's a cheap shot? Why do you have Justin Bieber hair? That's a real cheap shot. Get a different.
At that point, I actually did not do any cheap shots.
He does have Justin
I just
Bieber
reiterated
hair.
what he had said in the beginning, that he was wrong,
Yeah.
right? So he admitted he was wrong, and I said, look, you were wrong, and I was right. That's all. That's not a cheap shot. Later, there are cheap shots because he started interrupting me, which is a very bad idea.
Yeah, he should have. I mean, you should have cheapened the shots, is what I'm saying. You could have hit him on.
You
the
could have
hair
been
thing.
cheaper,
Like, I
is
just
what he's
don't
saying.
understand why he has that haircut. I just, anyway.
Don't be afraid to shop
cheap
at Dollar
shots
General.
at me.
Who
You
won?
gotta make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own follow.
I love that. Dude, you're such a boomer. That's such like. I mean, it's amazing. It's great. You're authentically yourself. But when you went, woo,
Total
the authentic Cenk.
That's how Shaky Gurger shakes.
Oh, that's so good.
Now he's calling himself Shaky
Comments, and they
Gurger.
all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened there. So I debate him on Young Turks. What happens is all of the key stands show up, and so they're
The
like,
key heads, yeah.
The key heads are like, oh my God, he's so right. You don't even know that 7 keys is higher than.
I mean, I remember, didn't we watch Lichtman come on and say he had that all the keys had come in, and all the keys were pointing to Kamala victory, and seems like the keys were more just nothing.
Whatever. And this brother thinks, oh, maybe that's the 14th key.
Yeah, he's just
brother. No,
We need more
you were just
keys.
selling them Kool-Aid.
He's on copium. He's looking for. It's just funny because this is after the election, where he is like, before the election, everyone that wanted Kamala Harris to win desperately was like propping him up as this like prophetic figure, and I always thought that was ridiculous. And you know, I think they even did a video on me early on as well, because I think his son might have been a fan of mine or something, and they were like very upset with my interpretation or my.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to move this slightly forward. I'm sure that you're all enjoying this family moment these two are having. But at some point, this all... gets less... It gets more... Actually, it feels more like Thanksgiving, actually, at some point here. At least for some, perhaps. More than others. I'm trying. I think it's maybe somewhere around here. I can't remember. I barely watched any of this, but
We found out in 2019, and once again this time around as well.
Yeah, she's got no business running. She didn't want to run. She sucks at it. All she has is talking points. That's why I said do a real primary.
yeah, good point. Obsessive audio. Do you all remember when Cenk thought he could be president? It was a fun time.
But of course, all the Democratic leadership yelled, "No!" no real primaries. We anoint.
In the interest of fairness, this is where I also was, well, I'll explain my position, but I also said that I think the open primary process would spell chaos and disorder for the Democratic Party, especially so close to the actual election. And I thought because she was a blank slate, that there was an opportunity there to fill that blank slate with actually somewhat good policies. Even if she's not charismatic herself, she could have still, especially after she got locked in with Tim Walz, I was like, oh, this is great. She's going to be forced to like have to defend some of these positions and inevitably maybe even move away from the tack to the right attitude that the Democrats usually have. Of course, I kept warning over and over again, if she does that, she's going to lose. And she did do that, and she lost.
But look, here's the thing.
But yes, an open primary, I think, would have put forth possibly. I mean, would have put forth a strong.
Cenk hates that he's not in charge of the show right now. This is a weird vibe for him. He's like, oh, God damn it, Hasan, this is Hasan's show.
Candidate regardless.
Yeah.
But we also don't know like how chaotic that process would have looked like as well.
Who cares? So let's just break it down one by one. You agree that Biden should have withdrawn like a year and a half ago?
I agree that Biden should have picked a better VP candidate that he knew was going to be the transitional.
Can we also like give the right wing a tiny bit of credit here? I mean,
Why?
they go too far when they say she's just a DEI hire. She was the Attorney General of California. She was a senator from California.
She had the
but
she had
was
the
she
bona
picked because
fides.
she was a black woman? Of course, she was picked because she was a black woman.
I mean, Biden said that was the real reason why she not only picked. I'll take it one step further.
Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. I didn't realize he was actually on the ballot in the general. Is that true? Is that even possible? Did he even get? How's that even? Is that true? How can that be true?
It's not even Kamala Harris that frustrates me about that. It's the fact that Biden said that about Ketanji Brown Jackson, who literally is more deserving of a Supreme Court appointment than most of the other Supreme Court justices, and he still the bag up by turning around and being like, "Oh yeah, I'm picking a black woman, Jack," and it was nutty because like that's the first time we've had a public defender sit on the top court. Like that was not a DEI hire in the way that conservatives mention it.
So do you know that I'm against affirmative action?
Actually, now that you bring it up, I think I remember seeing his name and just sort of disregarding it while I was looking at some of the results. And just being like, oh wow, Cenk got whatever, like 0.5% here or something like that. And just you know, like what else do you want me to do? Not disregard Cenk. It was even more nonsense than Jill Stein's run. Or I mean, who else was running in this freaking? I can't even.
I've always been against affirmative action. And
wait,
the reason,
really?
Yeah. And the reason
I did not know that.
Yeah. The reason is because Ketanji Brown Jackson is an excellent Supreme Court justice who's perfectly qualified. So is Sonia Sotomayor. But the minute that any minority, by the way, including us, gets any position of power, respect, etc., what does everybody do? I just got it because they're black. They just got it because they're this.
No,
I think
that's
and you think that's just a right wing thing, but it isn't. It gets into everyone's head.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I respectfully disagree. I think that
I feel
that
like
is
Cenk is
ultimately
saying
caving in and capitulating to right wing framing on the issue. The affirmative action conversation has always been a band-aid solution to like significantly more consequential racial dynamics in this country that have never been addressed at all.
Is it just me,
And
or did it
I've
not
always
sound
looked
like he
at
was
things
saying it's
from
in
a
his head?
class
Like the
position
racism is in his head. Does his shirt say Cenk? Is he wearing a shirt with his own name on it?
And I've always looked at things from a class position regardless, and like the real affirmative action is legacy admissions.
100%. Like, we even have a petition on tyt.com to end legacy petitions, because if you're against affirmative action, you have to be against affirmative action for super rich dudes whose dad went to Princeton or gave Princeton $1 million. Okay,
yeah. George W. Bush going to Yale, you know?
Yeah, that's
deserve to go to
And by
Yale.
the way, you know who else was an affirmative action pick? Joe Biden. Because Obama picked him because he was an old white guy. He's like,
old
I don't
racist,
really care.
old racist white guy who
By
has
the
like
way,
gas.
you know that with absolute certainty because in his final list, he had a big list in the beginning, but in the final list, it was only old white men because they knew they had to balance the ticket because
Sorry, I thought this was going to be more contentious. They're not quite arguing yet, but I know they do start arguing at some point. Let's see how this goes.
Trans people and like dominating trans people or some even if it's something that they agree with, they're like, after a certain point, there is outrage fatigue. And I think on the trans issue, we like consultants and people who are hyper focused on the media care far more about the effectiveness of ads like that than the actual Americans that went out and voted. And you saw
Except
this reality.
We lost, they won.
No, I know, but okay. So
I mean, like it's so in the real world, they won, we lost. In the
that's why
in
you
the
have to look
world
at,
of
that's why you have
consultants
to,
where they look at polling.
That's why you have
they
to
won,
look.
we lost.
That's why you have to look at the broader campaign and what Americans were concerned with and why they voted in the ways that they did. And I think
Haas,
here's
your
where you and I
position-
agree on.
So your position is, even though both sides overwhelmingly say that ad was the most effective ad and it moved people and it cost Kamala Harris tons and tons of votes, you disagree.
Yes, and the reason why I disagree with
What's
it
hilarious,
is because
essentially,
I don't.
What Cenk is saying here is that Kamala didn't come out anti-trans enough to be able to distinguish herself from an ad run by a opposing political party in a general election. Like, what? That is so dumb. That is such a dumb suggestion. It's like, okay, dude. He's basically saying, like, the most milquetoast and sort of most annoying thing that we keep hearing from all of the mainstream media pundits. He might as well work for CNN. Might as well have worked for the Kamala Harris campaign. I mean, dude's saying they didn't go right enough. Lynn Cheney shouldn't have. They should have gotten Dick Cheney. My God.
Completely disagree with it, and I'll explain to you why. And I think you and I are going to be in agreement with this. I think that the only way that ad is even remotely sticky, when or even remotely effective, when I still question the legitimacy of how effective the ad was, because there's plenty of examples of people actually defending trans people and then winning by resounding numbers all across the country.
It depends on what issue, though, Haas.
It's because the Democrats stand.
I mean, that's a really good point. Cenk does have old right-wing baggage. It's not even that old. When if I recall correctly, when he was first started his YouTube, it had a bunch of like libertarian, like it was basically like a libertarian leaning channel. Then they switched to like sensationalism, and then they switched to like genuinely like it was like. Because I found TYT way back in the day, so I remember all of that stuff. Like, like they were doing camel toe reacts, him and Anna, and then eventually they started doing reactions to like police things, and that sort of. I think that was when it really started getting into the political for them. For the left, from more of like a left perspective, they started talking about progressive politics and all this other stuff. But you're totally right. He started off as basically as just a right winger, pretty much, right? He's talked about it in the past, if I recall correctly, like in more recent past. You never followed TYT
There's
ever.
Nothing that unites the base of support
That's
for
actually
the Democratic
impressive.
Party. They are this weird big tent, third way neoliberal party that is constantly.
Especially because I feel like you've been a leftist for a long time. You've been in the space for a long time. I don't even know how you managed to do that. Because there was a time where it wasn't exactly a whole lot of options.
Pointing to institutional norms and defending this notion of civility. If that is your overarching campaign strategy, then yes, if you stand for nothing, you will, people can turn around and tell others what you actually stand for. They can reframe what you actually stand for and say this is the type of stuff that they care about actually. And therein lies the problem. And I think you and I will agree on this. If it was like a Bernie Sanders style candidacy, if Kamala Harris was like, I want Medicare for all.
Never followed it, snickered at Anna, and got banned for saying birthing person. Interesting. I know a lot of people who've been banned from that TYT chat. But yeah, I'm not talking about like the birthing person era. I'm talking about like 15 years ago. Like at the genesis of YouTube, basically. That
Americans are suffering. I want to fix the housing crisis by implementing a federal jobs program backed like mass housing
there's one of them right now
that will actually fix the housing markets in all these big cities.
Are you still banned?
And all across the country by building a shit ton of houses. No public-private partnership, none of that. No opportunity economy language whatsoever. We're gonna just build, baby, build. Okay, if those are some of the key markers that you're focusing on, this does two things. Okay, this does two things. Number one, Republicans are reactionary, so now they have something that they had to fight against. And if they don't have anything to fight against, they're going to find new issues to make everybody pay attention to, no matter how silly or stupid, right? So now they have to fight against that policy and present why that policy is bad. Now they have to sit there and lie about why giving healthcare to every American is actually going to be devastating because they're backed by their corporate donors. So that's a major issue with.
There hasn't been enough yelling. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting a lot more yelling, especially with Cenk and Hasan together in this sort of flipped such power dynamic. As if you recall back in the day, Hasan used to be a contributor on TYT and Cenk was his boss. I know they start yelling at some point, but we're not going to go through this. It's not that important. I just thought it'd be fun, since we have been doing holiday type stuff, to watch Hasan and Cenk do a little Thanksgiving podcasting together. Okay, let's move on. Talk environmental stuff to finish up the second half here. We'll start in, I guess, where I believe they are right now. Hasan lives in LA, right? Well, here's NBC LA from 10 hours ago. Evacuation warnings issued for Harupa Valley area fire. It's winter, but we still got fires in California.
This morning, evacuation warnings have been issued for people in Harupa Valley as this brush fire continues to burn.
The Canyon Crest fire sparked last night. It has grown to 250 acres. NBC4's John Caddy's Klimak is live outside the Santiago Estates. It's an area that's a mobile home park, right? And it's a focus of a really strong defensive action overnight.
Yeah, so this is where the fire got closest to actual homes that people were living in. The Santiago Estates, they still have a CAL FIRE truck out here just in case, but they want to point out that CAL FIRE is really confident that they got a good handle on this fire overnight. They're going to be updating us a little bit later this morning as to containment on this, but as of now, they say they feel pretty good that these evacuation warnings that are in place will not turn into evacuation orders. But I do want to show you this map that they have, they've created to kind of understand where these evacuation warnings are. It's basically the Riverside County side, so north of the 60 freeway, east of County Village Road, south of the Riverside-San Bernardino County line, and then west of Sierra Avenue. So it's right in that section. That is where this vegetation fire was burning overnight. News Chopper 4 overhead shows you really how nasty it got at the peak of all of this. And with the winds, the way they were blowing.
Whenever I hear NBCLA reports talking about highways, I immediately think of the Californians from SNL. Anybody know that skit? The Californians?
In both directions. It was really hard for firefighters to get a handle on this that quickly right at the beginning when this started burning around 6 o'clock yesterday evening. Right at the time, by the way, people were getting ready to have their Thanksgiving dinner for a lot of folks. worried about whether or not they'd have to evacuate. But again, speaking with CAL FIRE this morning, they're telling us they got a pretty good handle on this one.
The fire did start moving towards some homes off of Granite Hill in the community of Harupa Valley. We did issue some evacuation warnings. Those have now.
So yeah, it went from evacuation warnings to actual evacuations 3 hours later. The Canyon Crest Fire, which began Thanksgiving evening in the east of Los Angeles, has sparked evacuation warnings for residents living in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. This fire was 0% contained as of 6 a.m. local time, according to CAL FIRE. Official warnings of the threat to life and property, and it's moving a little fast. Evacuation warnings include those north of California 60, east of County Village Road, south of Riverside, San something Bernardino. I don't know what that said. Anyway, hopefully this fire doesn't continue to grow. They said they were confident about being able to contain it. Hopefully that winds up being accurate. There was another fire. Yeah, we covered that fire. The one in Ventura in forget the name of that. Basically, like right there on the coast. Malibu, basically. San Bernardino, thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. All I could think of was Malibu. I knew it was nearby. Let's go to talk about something that we could use to help fight droughts in the future. And the people are actually using already. Rocky Mountain PBS.
So day to day, it's just a lot of farming. It's just irrigating and moving water. It's harvesting, processing, and sampling those crops, and then sending them off for analysis. It's really like working on, your own farm, but add in the data. My name is Michael Lobato. I live here in Fruita. I work here at the CSU Fruita Research Station. I also have my biochar trial field.
If you didn't see, this is in Colorado.
Pretty cool stuff. I really didn't even know what it was until about 2021, but when I started using it, it just went from drying out in a day to like drying out in 3 or 4 days. That's pistachio shell biochar right there. Biochar is basically a fancy name for charcoal. So I started learning more about it. It's very, very porous. So like in a gram, roughly, it's like 2,000 square inches of surface area. You're increasing the storage of a given soil with that material. This was done in a hayfield. The biochar test field here is 2 acres total. You have soil sensors at 6, 12, and 18 inches. Each cable goes to 3 sensors at 3 different levels here.
And so what's so great about this is that it does 2 things that are great for the environment at once. It helps to A, suck up carbon dioxide from the air, and B, retain water in the soil. It's like a 2 for 1. And all they're doing is basically taking old used pistachio shells that literally nobody wants, and there's some process they're using to reduce them down, essentially. I don't know the exact process. At which point they are completely available to just spread on soil for, and all sorts of places. It doesn't have to be for crops, but it is certainly one of the applications people are already using it for right now. All right, let's stay in Colorado as we move across the United States. Look at this. It is winter, and snow has been falling in Colorado. Pretty much all month we've been talking about how I think they got their first snow like at the end of October. And, well, one thing you gotta look out for is
A skier
avalanches.
triggered this large avalanche near Beaver Creek today. It broke to the ground, triggered another avalanche on a nearby slope. We are learning similar avalanches have been reported all across the state. The Colorado Avalanche Information Center says conditions are dangerous, more so than we've experienced all season in most mountain areas. The avalanche danger remains considerable, so a special avalanche advisory is in effect across the state through Sunday.
That's at least a ton of snow, literally. Seriously though, that's a lot of snow. Hopefully the skiers, okay, and everybody who is below it, also fine. At least I think they are, but with all of the fresh snow, with it not being packed, this is a likely occurrence, especially with fluctuating temperatures still. So people need to be careful out there in the hills. All right, let's go to Canada. Eastern Canada. Ontario, to be specific, as they are expecting a snow squall this weekend, which is coming up through the Midwest, essentially, right towards them over Lake, I think it's Lake Erie. Here's AP. A snow squall?
No, I wasn't ready for it, but hopefully it sticks around so I don't have to do this every day.
Actually, I may have gotten this wrong. I think actually it's coming down. I take it back. I think it's coming down from Canada to New York and Pennsylvania or something like that. I may have said that wrong. I can't remember what I said just now, but I think I said it wrong.
We're shoveling snow out of people's driveways, just the generosity of our hearts, because some people can't do it, and so we just kind of helped out and kind of.
Well, these kids are trying to help out amidst all the snow. Seems like it's probably at least a little bit fun for them. But let's take a look at some of the snow which hit Pennsylvania and New York State. This was live footage from just a few hours ago. I think those... Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get through this, buddy. Look, he's just spinning the tires here. It doesn't seem to be getting you anywhere. No boy. Wow, this highway is like completely shut down. This guy's going like 3 miles an hour right now. Well,
winter is coming.
Winter's not just coming, it's definitely here right now. Oh boy. I wonder what this season has in store for us. With climate change, every season has new exciting surprises.
If you gonna go, like you pissing me off.
He's not going either. Okay. He's spinning his tires too. You're both spinning your tires right now. Oh, there we go. Made it 3 feet. She's so pissed off about this shit. Oh, God. Oh, no. That is winter for you. You are in the north. You need to go more gently. Yes, true. They also need to think about it a little bit more rather than just revving without. At least the guy who was trying to go in the middle there was turning the wheels, which was adding a little bit of traction. This bus is just floating on the snow.
Yeah, he's stuck.
Yeah, he's super stuck. Oh, God. Even this manly truck is stuck in the snow. It seems like everybody's having a great time with this.
Don't gun it. Don't fully gun it.
Yeah. That's why I say 7 years. Come on. No, go.
Alright.
I think you will. So just go straight. Soon you see they come out, keep going.
Good job.
Yep.
You're doing really good. So yeah, as you can see, this unexpected storm had people literally spinning their wheels. Whomever controls the weather, please move the snow to the wildfires. Yes. Whoever does that, if we can just move the water to the places where we don't have it, it'd be really great. Whoever's in charge. I don't know who's in charge of whales, but whale was seen in the fucking East River. Let's go a little bit further east.
All right, have you ever wanted to go whale watching? Turns out you don't have to go too far. Take a look at this video. One was just spotted underneath the Brooklyn Bridge. This is the first reported sighting in the East River since 2022.
And Fox 5's Richard Giacobbe says more from a marine biologist about why this whale traveled all the way upstream. Oh! Did you see that?
I know why. Because he wanted a slice. Come on.
This isn't video from somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic. This is the East River.
I'm in shock. I've never seen any.
Maybe you want to get a coffee with the sister.
Really cool though.
Yeah, really cool. Back on Monday, photos and videos began popping up on social media of what appears to be a humpback whale wandering its way through the channels of the New York harbor. You can see its giant fluke flapping against the choppy waters near the Brooklyn Bridge.
We're seeing them under the Brooklyn Bridge with the Freedom Tower in the distance, and it's just it just shows resilience on these majestic creatures, you know?
The Coast Guard confirming that a whale was indeed spotted in the East River, although a spokesperson can't say what kind of whale it was.
It is very strange, but I mean, it's not insane. The East River is connected to the Atlantic Ocean. It's pretty deep. Literal ships can get through it, so whales can too. But it is kind of it's surprising, I think, for everyone.
The first time a cetacean has been spotted in New York City since 2022. Rob DiGiovanni of the Atlantic Marine Conservation Society says while you're more likely to see these marine mammals on the coastline during the fall migration season, it's rare they'll come into the rivers, unless they're on the hunt for food.
I always look at it as more of a buff.
Okay, enough whale watching, people. Let's get to some other stuff. Let's go south to Brazil, where some stuff is going on with the coffee crops, as there has been a huge shortage of coffee, which has caused a spike in prices. It's causing farmers to do some stuff.
International coffee traders are on tenterhooks after Brazil-based traders Atlantica and Café Brás sought to negotiate with creditors in court. They've been hit by a surge in global Arabica prices. Arabica coffee futures on the ICE exchange, which is used to price beans around the world, are at their highest in nearly half a century. That's on fears that the upcoming crop in top producer Brazil has been damaged by this year's drought. Some farmers have, as a result, delayed deliveries in hope of securing even higher prices. Atlantica and Café Brás this week said in a statement they were seeking to restructure their debt. Traders believe they will not be the last to face these problems, and that this will drive coffee prices even higher and eventually filter through to consumers.
Yeah, so just in case you're not quite understanding here, because Reuters is kind of obfuscating, I think, a little bit. But what the coffee growers are doing here is they are trying to negotiate with banks on futures, essentially. They're saying, we believe we will be able to sell our coffee for more money than we can today a month from now if we don't sell. And we know we owe you a bunch of money, but because of our current situation and the market, we would like to, work out some sort of a deal in which we don't have to pay. And so, it's like this sort of negotiation process they're doing with banks to try and gouge consumers a little bit more. So, yeah. It's not great. It feels very opportunistic to me. All right, now let's go across the ocean to Nigeria, where they are struggling amidst a number of power outages they have been having on the regular, as the country's adoption of solar, they were intending to get their energy on a majority solar and other renewables, but those efforts have now stalled, unfortunately. Let's go here to, is this Reuters again?
For Shakira Fatamide, her phone is her only source of light when one of Nigeria's regular power outages hit.
When there is blackouts, I get to use my phone light, so I make sure my phone is fully charging in the office.
Nigeria is a country beset by crises around the economy, the cost of living, and...
But isn't capitalism opportunistic at its root? It certainly is. You aren't wrong.
Make sure my phone is fully charging in the office.
Nigeria is a country beset by crises around the economy, the cost of living, and power, and that means solutions are in short supply. Although Nigeria has the infrastructure to generate about 13,000 megawatts of power, its creaking grid can only distribute a third of it. That means businesses and households are forced to run costly fuel generators. Abba Abubakar Aliyu heads the Rural Electrification Agency, which is responsible for expanding energy access to underserved communities. But a sharp devaluation in the Naira is taking its toll.
Most of the equipment that we use in deploying these mini grids are imported, and that importation is dollar-denominated importation. So quite right, it affects the costs of our project.
To mitigate rising costs, the agency enters agreements to domesticate solar panel manufacturing. However, Nigeria is in the grip of its worst cost of living crisis in a generation. Inflation has been driven up, shrinking incomes in addition to weakening the currency. At Oxano Solar, demand for its products has fallen so much that the company has cut half of raw material imports from China.
Yeah, Nigeria's currency crisis is out of control. We've actually talked about that on multiple occasions because we talk about so many different places, but I can't remember the exact figure, and I should at this point because of how many times I've brought it up. But they have the devaluation of the Nigerian what's it called? Is it just the dollar? I can't remember, but it's bad. It's very, very bad. It's been going on for a while now. And a lot of that has to do with the Franco, what's it called? The French Afro dollar. I can't remember the name of that stupid currency right now. But there's a French currency that is used, but is essentially used to devalue the actual local government currencies. Thank you, the CFA. The local currencies of the governments that use it. It's fucked. I mean, it wasn't the intent, at least not the stated intent of it, but France has used it for that purpose time and time again. And that's a huge part of this. I mean, we can't blame France 100%, but we could probably blame them like 98% for a lot of this. Although Nigeria has, maybe I'm being a little bit unfair, 92%. Nigeria has some corruption problems too, and some other things like that too. And there are also, it's also other things we could get into, but yeah, I would say 92% seems fair. I also feel like, am I wrong that Germany was in Nigeria at one point? Because I feel like maybe that number might actually need to go down more if my recollection's correct. But we cannot just focus on these minute historical details. Let's move along to Uganda. Oh, this is a troubling story. This is good. This is going to be uplifting, everyone. And by uplifting, I mean horrifying. So prepare yourself. Recent rains in Uganda have caused landslides, which, according to the latest figures that I have, the deaths of at least 20 people and more than 100 currently missing, which means that death toll is probably going to rise. And we've seen images like this too many times.
The death toll from Wednesday's landslide
year
in Uganda has climbed to at least 20, with more than 100 people still missing. Now, officials say 45 homes have been completely buried, with more still being partially damaged. The Ugandan government has directed...
I'm trying to think of exactly how many places we've seen footage of people literally digging at landslides with pickaxes and shovels, trying to extricate people from rubble. But it's gotta be like 4 or 5 different countries we've seen it happen in.
people living in impacted areas to relocate. Red Cross workers and police are continuing to conduct search and rescue operations. They say that heavy rainfall in recent weeks has triggered widespread flooding and landslides in regions across the country.
45 homes have completely gone with the people inside, and we don't know where they are now.
Kino ekinswaza nga nze omukulembeze buli webigwawo tuyimirira mu maaso ne tubasuubiza.
Stunned by the destruction of landslide that wreaked havoc in the eastern Bulambuli district, villagers were left desperately digging through wreckage with only basic tools available to help them. Most of the bodies recovered so far were children, as authorities expect the death toll to rise. The landslides buried 40 homes in 6 villages in eastern Uganda, while others only had a roof showing above the ground.
This is embarrassing to me as a leader. Every time it happens, we tell the people, today or tomorrow, we are relocating you to safe land in Bunabutia. After making promises, we come back. What is the outcome of that?
According to the police, rescue operation has been hindered by the impassable roads, preventing ambulances and rescue vehicles from reaching the scene.
It's horrifying. It's like looking at a mass grave. It is just, oh god. It's like the same thing like we saw in Papua New Guinea. We saw one of these in was it Tanzania? I can't remember all the fucking places, but it's just we've seen too many images like this. And unfortunately, without the funds, it's very hard to prevent stuff like this. Like, you could technically do things to try and avoid catastrophic damage and, you know, loss of life. But it's extremely expensive, and you need, you know, stuff that can move a ton of earth. Literally. And I mean, it's not even entirely preventable, but you know what I mean? Like, you can build retention walls and all sorts of other things in places that are more apt to have this sort of thing happen. Alright. How are we doing on time? Moving slightly slower than I thought I would be. Alright, let's go here to this. In Zimbabwe, where farmers are turning to maggots to survive drought. Nowadays, nothing goes to waste or is thrown away. Whether it's corn, leaves, banana skins, or orange peels, instead of littering the environment, we tell other villagers to bring it to us. We have good use for it. It's food for our maggots.
It is a secular system that is adding value, and for a smallholder farmer, this is an enabler, because the black soldier fly maggots or the meal, in terms of composition, protein composition alone, it is between 55 to 60% crude protein, and this is quite good. It is even better than the CP that we get from the soya.
And so yeah, I mean they're feeding chickens with this stuff, which is it's a great source of protein, like they mentioned. Makes those chickens nice and plump. You thought I was talking about people eating them, didn't you? Tricked ya. All right, let's go here. Let's talk about creatures taking over the world. Creatures born from trash.
Indonesia, an underwater Garden of Eden that supports the highest diversity of marine life on the planet. But here, amid the world's richest reefs, another ecosystem goes unnoticed, its riches hidden in the sand. At first glance, it's a barren wasteland. But the mucky seabed is alive with weird and wonderful creatures.
Every time I look at the sand now, I wonder how much is microplastics.
You see them doing the things that keep them alive. It's something very special.
To my knowledge, this footage is the first time where we've actually gotten an exact glimpse of what happens.
Nothing here is quite as it seems. This is the mysterious world of life in the muck. The Indonesian archipelago sprawls across an area the size of the United States. It stretches from Malaysia in the west to Papua New Guinea in the east and lies about 1,000 miles south of the Philippines. Its 17,000 islands skirt the southern lip of the Ring of Fire, a chain of raging volcanoes born in a fiery collision of tectonic plates. Indonesia has more active volcanoes than any other country on Earth. Some erupt as often as every 30 minutes. Lighting up the sky with a violent display of fireworks above the sea. Indonesia's volcanoes both destroy and provide life. Flowing lava scorches and smothers everything in its path. But volcanic ash, rich in nutrients, regenerates soil on land.
Okay, they clickbaited us. It's true, but I just thought it was interesting and beautiful. They don't talk too much about microplastics or anything like that in this movie, but they talk about the organisms that come from the ocean that are important, that are being affected by all the trash that's in the ocean. They talk about creatures that come from the bottom of the ocean specifically, and of course the bottom of the ocean is littered with trash and plastic, and it's bad. And they all depend on it not being filled with trash and plastic. So I guess we should probably stop doing that. Filling it, that is. Alright, let's talk about something a little difficult here. Something that, you know, on days when there's less tragic weather news I get the opportunity to talk about with all of you. Let's talk about our food system and what we eat and how, well, it's helping to destroy the entire planet. And maybe what we can do to change it.
Al Jazeera Podcasts. Today, the elephant in the room is a cow.
Just to produce a hamburger, beef burger, requires 3,000 liters of water.
The food sector is 30 years behind the fossil fuel sector in terms of addressing it as an issue.
The growing movement championing a plant-based diet.
Okay, 3,000 liters of water is quite a lot. But actually, I think I'm gonna... I just want to do this real quick. So, if it's 3,000 liters for one hamburger, every time you eat a hamburger, I just want you to imagine basically filling up one room of your house or apartment with, you know, like 3,000 bottles of water, liter bottles of water, okay? And then giving it to a cow. Just for one of the hamburgers from that cow. So you gotta just multiply that every time. Like, I don't know exactly how many hamburgers you get from one cow, but you know what I'm saying.
Hurton, and this
adds
is the
up
take.
Quick.
They say you are what you eat, and most people, myself included, are omnivores. But are omnivores paying attention to the toll it takes on the planet and the climate just to feed ourselves? Well, the answer, says Anita Kreintz, is no, we are not.
The food sector is going to take us past the 1.52 degrees Celsius
just on its own. Just on its own.
On its own.
Yeah.
Forget about fossil fuels, just on its own.
Anita is the global campaign coordinator for the Plant-Based Treaty. She's based in Toronto, where she's been helping to lead a growing movement to endorse a plant-based diet. It has more than 200,000 endorsers. Now, it's a non-binding treaty, but over time, these small changes, activists hope, can really add up.
Some scientists say that avoiding meat and dairy is the single biggest way to reduce an individual's environmental impact on the planet, as animal-based foods create about twice the emissions as plant-based foods.
Anita, I want to start by just defining the scope of the problem, right? Some of the numbers here are really shocking.
About 15% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from animal farming. Methane, the product of bovine belching and flatulence, is 30 times more potent than carbon dioxide at trapping atmospheric heat.
Just how much of a factor does the meat industry play in climate change?
The meat industry is a leading cause of climate change. At the last COP at the United Emirates, it was announced that a third of the greenhouse gases come from the food sector, and a majority of those come from meat, dairy, and eggs. There's also the methane crisis. So methane is one of the three main greenhouse gases alongside carbon dioxide and nitrogen.
Yeah, so if you didn't know this, here you go. I mean, methane is a huge emitter, and you know, it's a huge problem. Now, one thing that seems to be completely missing here, which is strange and makes me skeptical of this entire conversation that's being had. Do you notice what's missing here? Anybody? Unless this counts as something else. Oh, this is from food systems. Never mind. This is just from food systems. Okay. But yeah, I mean, so one of the things aside from this and from driving, right, that is the biggest emitter is our production of electricity. But the fact is, if we got our emissions from agriculture down, it would change the entire equation of what we're looking at right now. like she said, it would get us past 1.5. Do the reverse of that. You know, if it gets us past 1.5 on its own, then we you know, getting rid of it is going to make stopping us from being further than 1.5 a lot easier.
And a majority of those come from meat, dairy, and eggs. There's also the methane crisis. So methane is one of the 3 main greenhouse gases alongside carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. And a third of methane emissions come from the meat sector. When it comes to climate change, fossil fuels account only for 2/3 of the problem, but a whole third of the problem has been neglected.
But wait, there's more, because where this issue, I think, stands apart is that it has this double impact. Curtailing animal agriculture would also have benefits that go far beyond just cutting emissions. It's also really good for the earth, right?
Absolutely. So what's interesting about fossil fuels is it impacts the climate. But if you look at the food sector, it impacts the majority of the planetary boundaries.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the planetary boundaries for our listeners who aren't familiar?
A planetary boundary is something that you need to protect for the long-term survival of life. So what are the most important boundaries? So climate change is one, but also there's freshwater use, phosphorus and nitrogen, ozone, the ozone layer. 6 of the 9 boundaries have already been breached, mainly because of animal agriculture.
According to a new study, human activity has now gone past 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries that are important for maintaining the stability and resilience of Earth as a place conducive to human welfare.
And land use is, some people say it's the #1 environmental issue. So for example, if you look at all the farmland used to grow food for humans and animals, of all the farmland, 83% of the farmland is used for animal agriculture, yet it produces only 18% of the calories.
Wow.
So it's very inefficient. So we are felling forests, rainforests, in the Amazon to grow animal feed for chickens in China and Europe.
The world's biggest rainforest, the Amazon, has lost an area the size of Germany and France combined to deforestation in 4 decades.
So it's, when you look at food, if you address the food issue, you not only address climate change, but you help protect the other planetary boundaries.
Just out of curiosity, what would happen if the whole world went vegan tomorrow? Is the world really equipped to support a fully plant-based diet right now?
Yes, because think about how many people live on the planet. Is it around 8 billion? How many farmed animals live on the planet and are killed each year? What would you guess?
How many farmed animals are killed each year?
Or yes, that live on the land. We're not talking fish and marine species.
Let's say 10 million.
Or you were a billion, you mean? Or?
A billion, sure. I have no frame of reference at all.
Okay. So there are way more farmed animals on the planet than humans. So there are 8 billion humans, but there are way more farmed animals. So like 92 billion farmed animals.
Jesus Christ.
So to answer your question about what would happen, we would no longer have to feed 92 billion farmed animals each year, and instead could focus on feeding all humans so that there wouldn't be, almost 1 billion people that are hungry every year. We could.
So we're feeding 92 billion animals instead of feeding 8 billion people, essentially, to feed less than 8 billion. It's a weird vibe, people. Think about it. And the fact is I don't think, from my estimation, from the numbers that have been said over time, it's my estimation, I don't think we actually have to go completely vegan, right? Because if we're not having to kill off all those animals all the time to just eat them, I think we can leave like cheese and some stuff in there too, potentially. As long as we keep going green on some other stuff, we can compromise this. And yeah, so I'm just saying. This is definitely an option and should be something we should all be thinking about how we can perhaps do, even though it's difficult. All right. Let's move on from that discussion to a couple more things here. In Asia, Associated Press from 14 hours ago. where Malaysia is preparing for the worst floods in decade after 3 people killed and thousands have been displaced. So yeah, pretty sure there is essentially another storm coming after this, which is insane.
Semua Lima anak tangga nak buat lagi. Ada. Lepas tu ni tepat aja. Jadi bermakna ke apa tu? Kita boleh kata trend air menang tu ada. Maaf dia saya tak berhasil lagi sangat komen ke.
So yeah, we didn't even catch this storm in Malaysia, I don't think. I can't. Maybe we did. So much stuff that we try and cover here, but it's tough to make sure we hit everything. But I think we completely missed this storm. And now there's another one barreling towards them somehow, even though storm season's really coming to an end. I think it's coming to an end in Asia. All right, let's go to the Philippines. Because a particular practice in the Philippines is causing serious environmental impacts. This shit is so stupid. So avoidable. So many of the things we talk about that are destroying the environment, causing climate change, are just a result of capitalism, poverty, stuff like that.
Stretching across an area as vast as 5 soccer fields, this massive landfill highlights the scale of the plastic waste crisis gripping Southeast Asia. A crisis fueled by these palm-sized pouches, which are widely used in emerging markets to sell cheap, single-use portions of everyday essentials. Gemma Girolaga, a resident of Manila, starts her day with a cup of instant coffee made from a sachet. From meal preparations to daily essentials like shampoo and toothpaste, her family relies on them.
When we wake up in the morning and brush our teeth, we use toothpaste packed in sachets. When I drink coffee and my children drink Milo and milk, we still use sachets.
Every day, her family accumulates an entire bag of plastic trash.
Heto po yung mga nagamit na namin ngayong araw na to.
These are the sachets that we've used today. We've used shampoo, coffee, condiments, cupcakes, bread. Ancestor juice pack. These are usually what we consume daily.
Made of layers of plastic and aluminum, sachets are nearly impossible to recycle and aren't biodegradable. But Girolaga says that for many Filipinos, they are the only affordable option. Over 163 million sachets are used every day in the Philippines. That's according to a study by environmental group, the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives. Many are swept out to sea by garbage-strewn rivers flowing through overcrowded cities like Manila. The country is also the world's top contributor to ocean plastic pollution. It accounts for 36% of global inputs, according to a report from Oxford University.
Oh, God. Horrifying. The fact that they have to buy literally everything in what is essentially like single-serve packets and try and stretch it out over time because of, Philippines being one of the poorer countries in the world. And so many people like her and her children have to live like that. But it comes with an added cost of not just living insecurely, but also adding to horrifying pollution. Each bag is a nickel. Interesting. I assumed it was something like that. All right. I'm gonna take another quick break here. I'll give you some different music right now. I want any ground footage of the Philippines. You might be able to film some. Are you in the Philippines? That's interesting. Do we have a viewer watching that's from the Philippines? The only viewers, there's the only substantial amount of viewers I seem to have are in the UK, Canada, and of course the United States. But I don't have any more data, so that's actually shocking to hear. How did you even find the channel? PP, thank you for the super sticker. Another Mudang potentially parachuting. It's unclear yet what that Mudang sticker is about. What was I going to do? Ah, yes. Give you some a little more upbeat kind of music here. I just said kind of Mono because I saw that super sticker come in. Thank you, Mono, for the super sticker. Look at that. Oh, so cute. Those citrus fruits really love each other, don't they? All right, let's give you a little more upbeat sort of music. Why not? You deserve it. It's the weekend. What should we go with? I mean, I'm always giving the same music. I feel like giving you a little change. What's wrong with that? I might take a hit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. What's happening? Ahem. What the hell? This is why I don't do this. God damn. There we go. All right. I should turn this down. Definitely turn this down first. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Super important. Gotta do it. Clicky click with those fingery fingers. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers just like you. We need your help. You are our only hope in space. Anyway, chat, once you've done all of that, enjoy this break. Links in chat.
goddamn heavy. I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm back. I hope everybody's been enjoying the jams and the space break. We gotta get back to it. The galaxy does not sleep. Alright, final half chat. Get back in those seats. Whatever it is, maybe you like pacing. You don't have to sit. Just a suggestion, just in case anything shocks you so much you fall over. Alright, now this could have technically been in the environmental half, but it also touches on a number of other issues. And, well, I just arbitrarily decided to put it over here on this side. So let's get into it. Down in Ecuador. Democracy now on the case.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In this holiday special, we turn now to Namante Nankimo, an indigenous leader from the Waorani Nation in the Amazon rainforest in Ecuador. Last year, she helped win passage of a referendum in Ecuador to block oil drilling in the Amazon rainforest's Yasuni Park. But now, Ecuador's president, Daniel Noboa, is pushing for oil drilling to continue, saying it's needed to help finance the government's war against drug cartels. Environmental activists and indigenous peoples fear their victory to keep the oil in the soil could be overturned. Namonte Nankimo co-founded Amazon Frontlines and the Sabo Alliance. In June, she wrote an article for The Guardian headlined, "Ecuador's president won't give up on oil drilling in the Amazon. We plan to stop him again." Namonte also recently published a memoir titled "We Will Be Jaguars," a memoir of my people. She came into our Democracy Now! Studio in September, along with her co-author and partner, Mitch Anderson, who's the founder and executive director of Amazon Frontlines. He's long worked with indigenous nations in the Amazon to defend their rights. I began by asking Namonte Nankimo to introduce herself and to talk about the indigenous nation she's from and the land where she lives, in the Amazon, in Ecuador.
Buenos días a todos, Mi nombre es Namonte Nankimo, soy mujer Waorani.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Namonte Nankimo. I am a Waorani woman, leader, mother, who comes from the Waorani territory of Pastaza in Ecuador. All women, in general Amazonian women, are at the front lines of defense, giving our lives, because we women are more considerate and we worry about our sons and daughters, so that our daughters can have their living space, water, land, knowledge, values, plants, and
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
So that we can live well, freely, and with dignity. Now our territory is threatened every day. Why should we as women be threatened in our territory? That is why I wrote a book about my resistance, about my childhood, from a child's point of view. I grew up between two worlds. The missionaries came talking about saving souls, saying that our beliefs were bad.
Misioneros venían hablando sobre salvar los almas. Nuestra creencia es malo. Los petroleros vinieron nuestro.
The oilmen came to our territory flying in helicopters, promising development. They did a lot of damage. They destroyed our water. They contaminated our land. They contaminated our people as well by disconnecting us from our knowledge and values. And also, the governments and the big organizations come to offer to say that they're going to build national parks. And at the same time, they make things worse and take away our territory.
Ellos empeoran y nos quitan nuestro territorio. Entonces, nuestra lucha es muy importante.
The struggle that we have lived through is very important, so I would like to contextualize it. It is a long story to tell in detail, so for me it is very important. As my father says, "Daughter, the more the people of the world don't know the jungle well, the more they destroy it." So my story and our culture is oral. That is why I transformed this oral story with my husband, Mitch, into writing, so that the world can understand how we indigenous peoples are living, connected with Mother Nature, with much love and with much respect.
Indígena conectada con la madre naturaleza, con mucho amor, con mucho respeto. Entonces esa historia es una resiliencia, es una resistencia.
So this is a story of resilience, of resistance, so that the people of the world can know the true story of the indigenous peoples, of all the indigenous peoples who are living a great, gigantic threat. Because this system from here reaches our territory day after day after day. So this message is very important. You can read the book, you can touch and open your hearts and make a real commitment to take action. What am I trying to say with this? The communities and the civil society here, you have to open your hearts and condemn that the companies do not continue to invest in what harms our territory, in what exterminates our territory, our knowledge, our culture. So from here we have to begin to re-educate ourselves, not to consume what destroys our health, and to reconnect with Mother Nature, to reconnect spiritually, to love Mother Nature again, and to heal ourselves. That is what's important.
Nosotros mismos. Eso es la importancia.
I wanted to go back to what happened last year, Namante, in Ecuador, in the rainforest. On August 20...
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt her. Like she said, it's an oral history. It's a story to be told. And I you know how I love to interrupt stuff. But I couldn't. Thankfully, Amy did it for me. And I think it's just such an important thing for us to be talking about. Not just generally speaking, but especially on this weekend, technically on a Black Friday stream. We've been talking about indigenous rights since we started doing the Thanksgiving type streams in the last couple of days. And I felt like this was sort of on the same discussion, even if it's not in North America. I think that there's clearly shadows of this and clear parallels, between the two things, even if they're far away from each other in time and geography.
In Ecuador, in the rainforest. On August 20th, 2023, Ecuador voted to halt all future oil drilling in Yasuni National Park. Then Daniel Noboa won the presidency in October, about a year ago, exactly. You were one of the leaders of this fight to protect Yasuni. Describe the Yasuni National Park, the movement you led, and then Daniel Noboa's changing position.
Before she does that, that's the thing. As one of the things about this is like the fact that they were promised, just like indigenous people in America were promised time and time again. Those promises were rescinded for different reasons: gold, oil, just the desire for more land, and or just the inconvenience eventually. And boy, does it feel like we are in similar territory here.
Boa's changing position.
Pues el Yasuní es territorio ancestral de Waurani y ese parte.
Well, the Yasuni is an ancestral Waorani territory and is one of the world's most biodiverse areas. It gives us oxygen to the planet. To achieve this, the indigenous peoples united with all the peoples and then with activists, filmmakers, students. We made the people of the cities, of all the civil society, understand the importance and also see that throughout the oil exploitation in the territory in Ecuador and all the country, there has been no development. There has been more corruption, more problems, more death. So it was very evident, and the societies realized that it was very important to protect, to conserve the territory for the future. So this was also the work that we campaigned for.
Okay. That's about all we can do with that one. Got other stuff we need to talk about here, and a bunch of developing stuff I was genuinely not prepared for. Stuff that I had to add into here today because of what's gone on over the last 12 hours. I guess it's been longer than that technically, but it has, well, we'll get to that. Point is, I gotta keep it moving. Let's go to the UK. Got a few things to talk about here. Yeah. Let's go to Guardian News first. 12 hours ago. This is, I knew that I'd heard talk about this to some degree, but I was not expecting the vote to go down this way. But let us watch the historic moment in which the assisted dying bill was passed in England and Wales earlier today. This was, this published 12 hours ago here.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 200. The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Well, there you have it. That is what the UK decided to do here. I wasn't expecting this to happen. I honestly don't even really know where I fall on this. I think it may help in destigmatizing mental health problems to some degree. I don't like when people give up because I love people. I just want you all to be happy. But I think, you know, sometimes people do get to a place where they feel like there's no other options. I do want people to feel like there's more options, but maybe not having the option will people feel like there's less. I honestly don't know. It's complicated. It's not something we really talk about that much in the United States. So yeah, I mean, you know, I think I'll probably have to think about this one more in the recent future here because of all this kind of stuff, because we do talk about UK all the time. I think there has to be a second vote for this one to officially pass. But yeah, just it is huge news though. All right, let's go to Reuters here from 10 hours ago. This was the UK spy chief, head of the UK's version of the CIA. Well, I guess really, in a way, it's the vice versa, isn't it? But the MI6 director came out to make a statement earlier today. This is a portion of that statement.
We have recently uncovered a staggeringly reckless campaign of Russian sabotage in Europe, even as Putin and his acolytes resort to nuclear saber-rattling, to sow fear about the consequences of aiding Ukraine and challenge Western resolve in so doing. Such activity and rhetoric is dangerous and beyond irresponsible. If Putin is allowed to succeed in reducing Ukraine to a vassal state, he will not stop there. Our security, British, French, European, and transatlantic, will be jeopardized. The cost of supporting Ukraine is well known, but the cost of not doing so would be infinitely higher. If Putin...
I mean, he, to some degree, is definitely right on this stuff, and I mean, I think even whether or not Ukraine becomes a vassal state, he's working on other ones, as we've seen in some reporting here over the last year. It's crazy how we are approaching a year of the Galactic News Network. What are we, like 2 months away? 3 months. February 20th, I think, was the official first stream. Choki is lurking. What is this? What are you saying? You have a Brit in here to throw in a few cents. Or should I say pence? So it seems like a couple people think it's a good idea. I can't actually tell. Wait, hold on. For a second I thought these were both from Choki. One of these is from Lady Badash. I see. So you're concerned about the potential for abuse as it relates to this law. And that's one thing that I don't know, it was in the back of my mind, but I guess I was just weighing all the ramifications of this. But I do see your point. I also see how it could be good for mental health, like I was saying before. You gotta, okay, well, post if you got some good info on this. I'm always trying to go through what people are posting in the Discord recommendations. I know you're in the Discord, so shoot me one. I'll try and check it out. All right, well, oh, let's look at this. This is one of the few good stories of the day. Yay. We had more than a few, right? We had like a handful, I would say. Let's go to France. If you didn't hear about it, I would be shocked if you didn't hear about it, but the Notre Dame Cathedral was on fire and was basically closed for half a decade because of that fire. I think it was actually on fire twice. I think it was on fire and they worked on, and then it was on fire again. But now it's fixed, and my God, let's take a look at this thing, because it is not as old and dreary as it used to be. You'll see. I'm not even going to spoiler you right now.
So behind me, the magnificent Cathedral of Notre Dame. It looks magnificent. So much so that it's actually becoming hard to remember that just 5 years ago, it was on fire. People around us in tears as the spire came crashing down, clouds of smoke. It's been
I thought it was on fire a third time? I'm sorry, chat.
And now,
I'm sorry.
The reopening is...
Wait, why would you think that? Didn't I start this off with this is a good story? You thought that Notre Dame being on fire for a third time would be a good story? No. No.
Around us in tears as the spire came crashing down, clouds of smoke. It's been a mammoth, more than 5-year rebuilding effort. And now, the reopening is just a few days away. We've had, for the first time, a real comprehensive glimpse inside of the newly renovated interiors, and it looks spectacular. The creamy white walls of this limestone, they've been cleaned of all the grime and the dust.
It's insane. I don't know if anybody here watching this ever saw pictures of this or was ever there themselves, but it used to look so different. Just kind of, like I was saying, kind of gray and dreary. And now it's just, oh my God, it's insane.
Well, the same thing pretty much happened here. They used latex and peeled it all away. Centuries of grime and of dirt. The roof that came crashing down. The altar was just left somehow miraculously from the fire. That's been filled in. New stoneworkers filled those holes. And the roof has been completely rebuilt. 2,000 oak trees from across France were chopped down to rebuild the forest. That's the nickname given to the dense beams inside. And this is what the world is going to see in just a few days' time.
Honestly, I'm just a big fan of architecture. And in my opinion, this is a historical... I'm pretty sure that it's a World UNESCO site. I could be wrong. But it's certainly it's an important piece of history, even if it is tangential to some pretty bad stuff. I don't know how much they spent on it. It might be a lot. I don't have the figures in front of me on what all this cost.
Hello, I'm Lauren Taylor. In the last hour, the world has got its first look inside the restored Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. President Emmanuel Macron is visiting the cathedral ahead of its official reopening next weekend, more than 5 years after it was devastated by fire. So these are live pictures coming to us from the inside of the cathedral. Let's bring in our correspondent Hugh Schofield, who's in Paris for us. And Hugh, it is a very different looking inside, isn't it?
It is. I mean, too often the experience of walking around a European Gothic cathedral is one of grime and darkness. And up to a point that was true of Notre Dame before the fire. And it's not the experience now at all by all by all evidence. I had a glimpse in before a couple of hours ago, and now I'm seeing these pictures, which you're seeing too, and you can see that it's it's altogether a more luminous, brighter experience. One which may, we don't know, take us back to the beginnings of these medieval masterpieces 800 years ago. You have to remember, though, that when the cathedrals went up, they'll certainly have been...
Sorry, hold on. I didn't mean to...
cleaner and brighter, but they were also polychrome. I mean, the walls were being covered in painting and so on back in the depictions of Christ's life and so on back in the Middle Ages. So what we're seeing now, and what we expect from a cathedral,
Holy
this
shit.
lovely, bright, clean stone, which we now have.
It might not have.
In Notre Dame. It's actually quite
Maybe they should have just left it that way.
From
it looks great, but holy fuck! I just looked up how much it cost. Holy shit! $700 million. Wait, sorry, euros. So even more than dollars. Oh boy. Oh boy. And nearly $1 billion spent to do this. Maybe they should have just left it that way. Don't get me wrong. It looks real nice, but $1 billion nice. Ay. I'm not prepared to make that. I'm not prepared to make that. That call now. Oh God. I'm gonna have to sit and ponder on that one too. Under $1 billion. Good point. Depending on, well, it might actually have been, because remember, they started this over the last 5 years. At one point, the euro was much more valuable against the dollar than it is now. Right now, it's much closer to being basically at parity with the dollar. But during that 5-year period, if I recall correctly, the euro at one point was like 1.4 to the dollar, as much as that, which meant you would have gotten real close to that $1 billion mark. I don't know exactly when the funds were appropriated. Just saying. That's a lot. Nobody's trying to restore the Colosseum. That's a good point. Although nobody's using the Colosseum either. Catholic Church still pretty busy using this one. Now, I think some of the funding might have come from the Catholic Church themselves. I'm not sure. I'd have to look more into it. All right, we looked at this statistic earlier this week, but we're going to look at this one more time. Real quick. It's only a minute long. But this is something both for Europeans and for Americans to be considering what this all means for the future.
Half of Europeans no longer see the US as their most valuable ally.
Ouch. That too, Brute.
A growing number of EU citizens are distancing themselves from the US, according to a survey by the Bertelsmann Stiftung Foundation. 49% believe Washington is no longer their most important ally, instead preferring other countries such as the UK or China. With the exception of Poland, the majority believe the EU should reduce its cooperation with the United States and go its own way. That's particularly true when it comes to foreign policy, where 73% of people want the EU to play a more active role. However, NATO overwhelmingly remains the cornerstone of international security.
So yeah, while people in Europe strongly want EU to be playing an active role in partnering with their own countries. I think that's what that's supposed to mean. That is a little vaguely worded. It could mean in terms of just global politics are already quite involved. But they want less to do with the United States. They no longer see the United States as being their greatest ally. And boy, that is bad for America. But is it like, is it a fair conclusion to have come to? I think so, for many reasons, unfortunately. I think a lot of it stems from our activity in the Middle East, not just recently, but over the last 20 years. Not the only thing, but it sure is one big ol' freaking thing that Europe has been involved in, really at the behest of the United States. The urging of the US. Alright, now let's go to an EU country. It's having some vote stuff happening. That's Ireland. That's right. The Irish are voting. Let's talk about that.
To dissolve Dáil Éireann, to allow a general election to be held on Friday, the 29th of November.
When he called this election, current Prime Minister or Taoiseach Simon Harris thought he was a shoo-in for a historic fourth successive term in government at the head of Fine Gael.
And we are ready for battle.
Buoyed up by a bumper budget, billions in corporate windfall taxes allowed him to make generous payments to people right before Christmas. Add to that a drop in support for the main opposition party Sinn Féin, and it should be a recipe for success. But despite its perceived wealth, many Irish people are struggling.
They're making false promises to people and they just can't. Like we see it, like people are saying you need to change your party, you need to vote for someone else. But everyone has had their fair go in government and nothing has changed.
We've money, we've loads of money, but it's not being spent on the right place. To me, it's not being spent on the right places.
Like there's men and women that are in their 30s and 40s that will probably never be able to own a home in Ireland. Like myself included, like I'm only 25 and like trying to get on the property ladder in Ireland is absolutely chronic.
Sounds familiar.
Rates of home ownership have dropped, rents have soared, living costs are high, and with a swelling population, public services are creaking under pressure, all of which is increasing frustration towards those coming into the country.
You know, if people's children could move out, if they could get jobs near their homes and be able to afford to live in the area where they grew up, so much unrest would be eased. So the housing crisis, I think, is at the heart of a lot of this.
Now, as voters go to the polls, Ireland's three main parties are pretty much neck and neck. Alongside Simon Harris, there's his current coalition partner and Deputy PM, Fianna Fáil's Micheál Martin. Calm in debates and already in power, he's arguably in pole position. And finally, Sinn Féin, with strong links to the Irish Republican movement that promotes unification with British-controlled Northern Ireland. Mary Lou McDonald's party nearly got in 5 years ago, and despite a slump, her support has since rebounded. Pepper in some quite colourful independents, including one reportedly linked to an international crime gang, and experts say Ireland's election will be fascinating to watch. So what will it boil down to?
We're in a different space now to when these manifestos were drawn up. Donald Trump is in the White House. He's been pretty clear he wants to introduce tariffs on trade. That'll have a massive impact on Irish multinationals here. And what you'll see now from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil is there's troubled times coming. You don't want to take a risk on Sinn Féin.
Ireland.
Now, my understanding, and it's somewhat shallow, I'll admit, but Fine Gael is, I believe, more of like a democratic party, to give like a analogy to US, sort of like a centrist leftist sort of party, and Sinn Féin is further to the left of them on most issues, even though they're called the Republicans. I know it sounds confusing, but I think I'm right on that. I could be wrong. Oh, Bad Lefty is finally in chat to help me with this. How helpful. I thought you had left. Was any of that correct? Alright, we got one more on this. Where is it? Yeah. France 24.
The Sinn Féin president on the campaign trail at a Gaelic school in her constituency. In the last election, the party on the nationalist left won the highest percentage of the vote, but led the opposition. This time, Sinn Féin is under pressure.
5 years ago, people were so excited for change. People then began to question whether or not change is possible. But the good news is, in the last number of days, we're hearing again people saying, hang on, actually we can make this change. And this election will boil down to a choice of either 5 more years of a government led by Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, or the opportunity now for the first time for a government led by Sinn Féin.
In the last year, independents on the far right have been gaining ground on Sinn Féin territory, including here in the heart of Dublin, where Malachy Steenson is a candidate. A lawyer, a city councillor who supports the reunification of Ireland, he's approached by a voter congratulating him for his stand against immigration.
Anyone can see in Dublin today it's not Ireland anymore, and this is the only man here that's speaking the truth. Well,
there are 100,000 Ukrainian refugees in Ireland, like this busker. This year, 16,000 asylum seekers also came to the country, too many for Malachy Steenson and his supporters. Only 36% of those who live at the heart of Dublin are of a white Irish background.
Two main issues in this country at the minute, housing and immigration, and are both intrinsically linked.
These residents of social housing want their street locked off, saying they fear for their safety.
This time last year we had 3 young children who were stabbed a stone's throw away from here by somebody who shouldn't have been in the country. In any country, if 3 young children are stabbed in the middle of the day coming out of school, there would be serious public disorder.
Oh, they're about to get into it.
Last November, Dublin erupted in violence after that stabbing. Young men radicalised on social media attacked police. Rioters wrongly believed a foreign national was responsible. The accused man is Algerian-born, but an Irish national.
Right. So this guy, at least from what I can tell, is basically Ireland's version of Nigel Farage.
Violence shocked the country. Nearby, a Somali community. Some have lived in Ireland for 2 decades, like this local business leader. Jamal Ali believes that despite the violence, relations with neighbouring residents are good. The real issue is homelessness.
The area is very hard for the home. Majority of my customer for the homeless.
Over 14,000 people live in emergency shelter. In Ireland, the population is growing fast, and accommodation can be hard to find and expensive.
I'm glad that France 24 decided to use a picture of Muslims when they were talking about it growing fast. I'm sure they didn't do that on purpose. Totally accidental. Okay, so I was right. Bad Lefty, thank you for explaining. They're all more left-wing than the Democratic Party. Look, okay, we got some work to do on the democracy over here. Alright, I know we claim to be the arbiter of it, but we don't seem to be doing a super good job at home. Okay. Seems like chat wants Bad Lefty to come on as a guest to discuss this. Like, we could potentially, depending on how Bad Lefty feels about it, perhaps wiggle that in for next stream. Maybe Sunday Funday. Get a Discord sort of voice call in. You can explain to us some of the stuff that's going on with the Irish elections, perhaps. So we'll see how schedules work out. Now let's go to another story. It's funny. It's funny how these stories really do sort of they're very much applicable. You know? Like I feel like so many environmental stories that we do here could be done in the regular halves or in the environmental half. Like this one in Spain.
Esta semana, pues, es un poco de...
This week, we're still adapting to the situation while also preparing to run the marathon. Physically, training is more a tapering phase, and it's also a bit of a psychological release. It's about trying to find pleasant things amidst what we've been experiencing these past 3 weeks, or the month since this issue.
We are not doing well or bad. We don't know how we feel. We're just trying to manage. And as you look around, the town where you grew up in practically doesn't exist anymore. Even though your instinct pushes you to run the marathon so that for those 4 hours you can feel like a normal person, your mind is elsewhere. Achieving a personal goal feels unimportant when you need to help rebuild an entire community.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about trying to live a semblance of normality in Valencia right now after what they just went through. In fact, they're still cleaning up now, nearly a month after that flood. It's insane. Right? It's been like at least 3 weeks. Sometimes I feel like I have to say that to myself out loud. To like be like, yeah, I know how long time is. I remember things and stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Alright. Now, let's talk more about the Eurozone, but let's get into business stuff real quick. Let's go to Reuters here from 13 hours ago. Give us a little update.
Eurozone inflation accelerated in November, data showed on Friday. Consumer price inflation in the 20 countries sharing the euro stood at 2.3%. That was marginally up from a month earlier and above the European Central Bank's 2% target, but it was in line with expectations. Underlying inflation is the ECB's prime focus when setting interest rates, and it held steady at 2.7%. Price growth in services slowed very slightly to 3.9%. Friday's reading suggests inflation is slowly heading back to the ECB's target on a more durable basis.
This is making me
next
fucking
year.
hungry right now.
The key question for now is whether a
you,
25
Reuters.
basis point move on December 12th is enough, or whether the ECB might go for a bigger 50 basis point move. Some argue services prices remain too high and wages are still expanding quickly. But supporters of the bigger cuts say the economy continues to just about avoid recession. They believe a bigger boost is needed to protect jobs since a rise in layoffs would hurt already weak demand. For now, markets have fully priced in a smaller cut but see less than a 10% chance of the bigger 50 basis point move now.
Well, there you go. I don't know if any of that information was important to you, but in Europe, they are, at least the European Central Bank, planning to cut rates. It is uncertain exactly what will be decided at the next meeting. Inflation going slightly up, but currently, if I'm not mistaken, Eurozone GDP has been struggling slightly, or at least growth. Well, same thing. Alright, now let's go here and talk which European countries spend the most on Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals.
Follow the rich white man.
Which European country spends the most on Black Friday deals? Around 61% of people in Europe's 5 largest economies are expected to shop Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals, according to a recent report. Which countries spend the most? With an average of €251, Germans are the biggest Black Friday spenders, followed by the Austrians with 219 and the French with 206. The majority of Black Friday shoppers, 66%, target computers and electronics, followed by clothing, which accounts for 54% of sales in
Well, there you go. Looks like Germany's out there spending the most, and Europeans broadly are spending most of those dollars on computers and clothing. And accessories. So I guess I would assume that include shoes and handbags, stuff like that. Bad Lefty being shy with us, unwilling to get on the show. That's fine. Understandable. You do what you gotta do, buddy. Chat away. Your chatting information's helping, so take that with you. To the bank. Do they have banks in Ireland? Just kidding. Okay. What next? Good. Yeah. This should be fun. Yeah. Let's go to talk about warfare. But this should make it fun. Let's talk about AI and warfare. How's that sound, Chad? Is that more fun? Robots and missiles.
It is time for AI Decoded. We are returning this week to a theme we've touched on before, certainly worthy of more attention given recent developments. Robots on the battlefield. AI-powered drones in the air, on land, even beneath the sea. We've got an extraordinary film to show you this week, which really does underscore the cat and mouse game that's being played that is driving this autonomous revolution. Entirely relevant this week as tensions mount in the Baltic Sea. There have been reports, you may have seen them, of the suspected sabotage of undersea cables. The Chinese ship...
This isn't really part of the conversation I want to talk about.
Military expertise on the security brief. This is the scary part of AI that we have discussed several times through this series. What are we going to see tonight when we talk about these robots?
Okay, so what we're going to see is how modern warfare is turning into autonomous systems. It's like the war of the robots, right? Which is really, really scary. In the first part of the programme, we've got the wonderful Mark. He's going to show us something underwater. So it's an autonomous drone, an autonomous submarine. And it's really interesting. So BAE Systems have developed this submarine and it's modular. So Christian, it can host, different types of payloads, from something that can help you with surveillance underwater, something that can carry autonomous weapons, something that can help you identify where maintenance is required. And in one of the stories that you just picked out, you were talking about the undersea cables, and we've seen, so there's many reasons why you need to monitor what's going on under the water. And so this sort of cable pipeline damage can happen because of accidental damage, because of, fishing.
We're still talking about, this is not quite, the underwater stuff is, yeah, but I want to go to this part. Where is it? Damn, this is what I get for listening to these on 1.5x. I think it's further down. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me find the spot I actually want to listen to.
for new scenarios, and automate this technology can be used on vessels that are both under the water and also above the water. So you end up also with this ecosystem. So the SKNs, SSNs, SSKs, we can ask you more about that, but your nuclear-powered submarines, for example, that could be used for, for not for low-tier...
Honestly, though, AI-powered nuclear submarines seems like a really bad vibe. Like, I mean, this is an important conversation, but I just wanted to talk about part of this. Is like a 30-minute discussion about AI drones, different kind of shit, and of course, there's all sorts of different kinds of drones. But this one, I thought, yeah, let's go. There we go. I think it's got to be it.
As I was mentioning at the top, you've got these drones that are taking out autonomous Russian drones. These are VPF, so they're FPV, should I say? I get my acronyms right. FPVs. So they're first-person view, a bit like if you were playing a video game. I think we had some video of it. We're trying. Here you go. And so sophisticated are these. And this is the cat and mouse game that I'm talking about. Is that you've now got the Russian drones taking evasive measures. The drone that it's focusing on there is ducking and weaving because it's being tailed by one of these high-tech Ukrainian drones. And this is where we're getting to, where the machine is chasing the machine.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting about that drone is that drone is unlikely to have a camera on the rear of it, so it can't see the attacking drone behind it. So the attacking drone on FPV has got all of the advantage, and all it needs to do is make a collision with it and take it out. But what we're seeing there is just one. Imagine now you've got 30 of them. It becomes a very, very different problem from the...
And that's the drone wars that we're talking about.
The drone wars, and also because if you're using artificial intelligence technology, they could sort of rearrange themselves like a swarm, right? And so you would essentially overwhelm the skies. And so the Ukrainian arms minister put it really well when he said it will be the war of the robots. And Christian, I was looking at AI Decoded when I was on with Mikey and yourself some time ago. And some of our wonderful viewers who comment at the bottom of the YouTube channel that we put this on, one of them was saying this is Terminator drones, said just great.
Seriously though, seriously though, it is exactly what it feels like. Like eerily, it's like a combination of Terminator and RoboCop. And like just the thought of drone swarms gives me anxiety. I don't know if it also induces the same sort of feelings in you. But for fuck's sake, just the thought of drone swarms starts making me like tick over here. Like what?
Was likening this to a sci-fi film, and actually, when you read this and you see what's really going on in the skies, over Ukraine, it doesn't feel like anything less than a sci-fi film.
But here's the thing: we talked on the security brief recently about the spending review that's underway, the 5 ships that have just been.
And you know what comes to mind when I was thinking about this? And I didn't add a video of it. I'm sure you could find one yourself. But you know what it makes me think of? And we've been talking about how cool they are. But like the drone shows, I mean, those are doing very similar things, but they're just friendly drones with zero real capability of doing much damage to anything, including humans. Although, I mean, they could hurt you. They definitely could hurt you, but it's not like but that's what I started thinking about. I'm like, okay, instead of lights, it bombs, and then oh my god, or whatever else.
Take now, Chinooks, Pumas. Why would you spend money on that sort of kit? Why are the Chinese and the Russians spending money on that kind of kit when they can be disabled? I mean, we've seen it with the Ukrainian sea drones, almost keeping the Black Sea Fleet in dock because they can't cope with these drones.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in strategic military planning inside the Ministry of Defence, we used to coin it as in terms of procurement, it was the war versus a war. A war being having to protect yourself conventionally, using conventional, ships, tanks, aircraft, and then the war, which is what we were fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq at the time, which was all about counter-terrorism, counter-insurgency, counter-IED. The Iranians made the EFP explode.
The ideological war. Okay, buddy. I honestly hate this guy. Like he's one of my least. Like his commentary is the most annoying. We're just gonna skip past all of it.
and then also, you know, for evil in terms of whether you're attacking, whether you're defending, and you'll see it in different ways. If we think about drone monitoring, so how do you monitor a drone coming in over, you know, over your airspace?
60
right, how do you
likes? How's that
monitor
even
it, and then
possible?
what are the countermeasures, right?
60
so
likes.
I was
Shut up. Is that true? How many likes do we actually have? 50? It means we have at least 50. You're saying we have almost 60, which means we already have Jessica Fletcher. Who's that? Morty. Everything's on the right side today. Wasn't it in a group yesterday too? That's another. You already have Captain Planet. Oh, Dice just wants these characters really badly. George Carlin. He's right there. It's just a big ass group. This is hilarious. Okay.
Mikey earlier about radio frequency, because the reason why these stories are really important and these upgrades in technology, this AI is really important, is what Russia's doing is they've developed drones that traditionally you were talking about FPVs, right? So you have an operator and then you fly the drone over the airspace and then the operator will select the target and then the drone will go after the target. But as a countermeasure, right, using radio frequency, you could try and understand where the drone is and you can try and intercept it. And ideally, you either knock it out of the sky, right, you blow it up, or you can try and send it back to where the operator is. So what Russia's done is they're using this autonomous technology so that the drone flies into the airspace at 150 kilometers an hour. So we have to imagine how fast this is. And in the last kilometer, the operator essentially is no longer in control of the drone. The drone takes over, and then the drone's identified the target, and it's using infrared, it's using sensory data, and it will essentially attack on its own. The reason why is because then you can't interrupt the frequency. So in the last kilometre...
And that's where the AI comes in.
That's where the AI comes in. And I think just my question for Mike is, then what do you do when you have a swarm?
Mikey, stop laughing to yourself over there, pal. He has no idea. Okay. We're at 59 likes. Ooh, that's wow. We're really, really close. Shockingly close. Hold on, I gotta do one thing. Please stand by. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Now let's talk a little bit about this, a country we were just talking about. That being Ukraine, which has been inundated by strikes on its power grid and other civilian infrastructure over the last couple of days.
When Russian missiles hurtle towards this Ukrainian power plant, a handful of workers stay above ground. They keep working in a control room protected by sandbags to keep the system running manually.
Looked. I'm just going to trust
this
you people,
facility,
okay?
its location,
I
energy officials asked Reuters not to identify for security reasons, has been pounded by missiles this year. In an aerial assault on the grid Russia renewed this month as the war's third winter sets in. Shift leader Serhiy has worked at the plant for over 30 years.
We're working 24/7. This is our front. Some of the guys have a front in the east, but our front is here. Our task is to ensure that our Ukraine has electricity, that
Jesus
it functions
Christ.
in full. So when there are
This power station looks like a fucking military bunker right now.
attacks, we stay here, even though we know there are missiles coming at us. But we have to be here to ensure she will keep running.
Missile strikes as recent as November have created holes in the walls as equipment lies in disrepair. Water drips from the damaged roof with rocket fragments and metal sheets lying twisted on the floor. The facility typically provides electricity and heating to hundreds of thousands of people. It is one of 5 remaining thermal power plants owned by DTEC.
Gotta destroy the green energy too, huh? 30 degrees in New Jersey and your heat is busted? Ooh. That's no good. That's bad. And especially with the fact that winter is coming. You don't want that. And I mean, winter's not just coming, it's here. It just feels weird because at least I think it must be the same in New Jersey. Last time I checked in New York, there's like a lot of leaves still on the trees right now. Alright, what do we got next? Okay, yeah, let's go to Georgia real quick, as protests have been happening in the street recently. And police have been cracking down on those protests. Now, the reason people have been protesting is because Georgia's government has decided
late on Thursday night, thousands of
has decided to do a number of things, which has caused the EU to, I believe, stall their application.
Late on Thursday night, thousands of demonstrators in Tbilisi were blocked by a police cordon, which sought to break up the peaceful protest with water cannons and tear gas.
Illegal.
Instead, the violence escalated, with demonstrators erecting barricades and setting them on fire, while masked police fired rubber bullets and brutally beat protesters and journalists. Georgia has been a tinderbox for weeks, as many worry the contentiously elected government is turning its back on the European Union and moving closer to Russia.
They're going against Georgian people's will and they want to drag us back to USSR, but that will never happen because Georgian people will never let this happen.
The most recent protests were sparked by Prime Minister Irakli Kobakidze's announcement that Georgia will delay pursuing EU accession until at least 2028. This came just hours after the European Parliament adopted a non-binding resolution rejecting the results of Georgia's October parliamentary elections and calling for a new vote. Pro-EU President Salome Zurabishvili, who has accused Russia of interfering in Georgia's elections, renewed her assertion that the new parliament is unconstitutional.
Yeah, and well, I mean, to some degree, Georgia's parliament is. Well, I mean, it's beyond it's whether or not it's unconstitutional, it's certainly undemocratic. as there's a large portion of its members, voting members, are just unelected, which is one of the main reasons why on Democracy Matrix it's listed as a mild autocracy or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Well, it's not ranked as a democracy. Oh, good. This story. How great. Actually, I think I take it back. I don't think EU delayed the application. I think the Parliament itself decided not to apply. Yeah, and I keep mixing stuff up in my head and just realizing I've said something wrong after the fact. All right, let's go to this. We talked about this earlier. And this is just disgusting. Not for the normal reasons, especially around this time of the stream, this late into the stream. Usually when I say something's disgusting, it's because of some sort of horrific violence or attack, bombing or something like that. No, that's not what this is. This is horrifying. So the individual who bought that famous, well, infamous banana artwork, that being just a literal banana duct taped to a wall and nothing more, which of course went for $6 million. What's the difference at that point? Oh my god, for a fucking banana. 6.2 million US dollars. Crypto entrepreneur bought it. He's from, I believe, Hong Kong, and ate it live on TV. Here's the South China Morning Post for that.
Pepper spray and
oh, we'll watch that one tomorrow. Gotta do this 2 in a row. Here's crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun on November 29th in Hong Kong, eating the world's most expensive banana. Very honored to witness every bite of this creative and symbolic moment. Oh, it's so creative. Oh, it's so creative. What was created again? I'm sorry. Anybody? Stupidity, I think, is what was created. I think people got dumber because of all this. I can't believe this asshole is, I mean, this is disgusting, right? A man eating a $6 million piece of fruit that isn't, I mean, for no good, none of this makes any goddamn sense. It's one of the dumbest things ever. And I don't see what about it is creative or symbolic. It's symbolic of the horrifying inequality we have in our society, which this dude embodies as a crypto entrepreneur. If anything, this artwork is mocking the individual buying it. I hope he comes out and says it. Or I actually don't know who made this artwork, but I genuinely hope they come out and say, wow, you're an idiot. And an asshole. You should have spent those $6 million on 6 million bananas. Actually, you could have probably bought 24 million. But I don't know exactly how. Bananas are cheap as shit. You could have fed an entire country for a day. Instead, he just pissed me off for 10 minutes. And probably later I'll think about it and be angry for another 10 minutes. Alright, let's move on. I'm gonna be fine. Yeah. Let's go to this. Quick piece from Euronews on this apparent Russian and North Korean meeting between defense ministers earlier. on their apparent attempts to expand military cooperation. You could have bought a literal banana plantation. Seriously though. Seriously though. Seriously though. Okay, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
To discuss further cooperation between the two countries. In a meeting with his North Korean counterpart, No Kwan-cho, Belousov said military support between Moscow and Pyongyang is expanding. He also added that an agreement signed by Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in June is aimed at, quote, stabilizing Northeast Asia, including
how? What?
Reducing the risk of nuclear war.
How? I am so confused. How is it that the North Korea and Russia collaborating militarily is going to somehow bring stability to Asia or reduce the risk of nuclear? Reduce it? You two are a couple of the only nuclear countries in the entire continent. What are you talking about? This is not helping anything. And Russia choosing to bring North Korean troops to the front lines of Ukraine, also not helping anything. None of this is helping anything. Could all just stop shooting at each other. There was a war over bananas? That's true. There was. You could say multiple wars were done over bananas. $7? $7 for what? Wait. Oh. Laughing cow cheese spread was $7 at the oh god. Oh god. What have we come to? What have we come to, people? Although after that $6 million banana, it sounds like a steal. But that's just because it completely warped my view of everything. Just broke me inside. That's why. Not because it makes any sense.
I don't want reality.
Alright, let's go here. If you missed this story from one of our earlier streams, I figured it would be a good one to just leave in here for another day. So we're going to this again while we're in Asia. Let's go to Myanmar.
Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh is home to more than 1 million Rohingya refugees who fled persecution in Myanmar's western Rakhine state. But now it appears that thousands of Rohingya refugees have been recruited by militant groups, and some are heading back across the border into Myanmar. Among them was a man who calls himself Rafiq. His face is obscured to protect his identity.
A lot of us gathered on the other side of the river. We went to fight. We fought for God, not to show off to anyone. We were leading a peaceful life here, living on refugee rations. Still, we went over because we believe we have rights in our own country. We have a right to live in Rakhine.
The Rohingya are a mainly Muslim group that is the world's largest stateless population. They began fleeing Myanmar in 2016 to escape what the United Nations calls a genocide at the hands of...
Yes. Yes, indeed. And this is fascinating to me. Because, of course, literally over 1 million Rohingya Muslims left Myanmar because of the ethnic cleansing and the genocide. And yet some are returning to fight with some of the people who have kind of been involved in that, to fight a different group of people that have been directly involved in that. It's one of these things that makes all of this so fucking complicated, is the multiple sort of ethnic groups and their infighting is very frustrating. And not just for me, just in terms of keeping track of it, aside from the actual horrifying nature of it, because it makes talking about this tough. trying to make it easy to get these Myanmar stories explained is something of a fucking minefield. But point is that I just found it was incredible and fascinating that this was the case, and that they were crossing back over the border to fight for their rights to be back in their own country. Enemy of my enemy. You know, that's literally what's happening here. Whether or not it will work out for them in the end, I don't know. I genuinely hope it does. This might help. If you missed this story, this is from 2 days ago, where the ICC prosecutor came out and said this.
This is the first application.
The International Criminal Court's prosecutor, Karim Khan, said Wednesday he would seek an arrest warrant for Myanmar's military leader for crimes against humanity and the alleged persecution of the country's Rohingya minority.
My office has concluded that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Senior General and Acting President Min Aung Hlaing, Commander-in-Chief of the Myanmar Defence Services, bears criminal responsibility for the crimes against humanity of deportation and persecution of the Rohingya committed in Myanmar and in part of Bangladesh between the 25th of August 2017 and the 31st of December 2017.
A spokesperson for Myanmar's ruling junta did not answer calls from Reuters immediately after the announcement.
No kidding.
Reuters has requested comment from the military government by email.
I'm sure they'll get
a
right
million
back to you.
Rohingya fled to escape a Myanmar
A lot of
military
stuff going
offensive launched in August 2017. It's a military campaign UN investigators described as a textbook example of ethnic cleansing.
It's complicated, you know. When you're military, you're not really supposed to be running a government. And so, you know, they got that going on, and then they got all the regular military stuff going on. I mean, come on, Reuters. Can't expect them to be getting back to you by email.
Soldiers, police and Buddhist villagers are alleged by UN investigators to have razed hundreds of villages in the remote western Rakhine state.
Oh, right.
Torturing residents.
And then they got to do all the ethnic cleansing. I almost forgot. Such a long list. Stuff to do. They can't be getting back to every email all the time, okay? Reuters. It's high expectations for the government of an entire country.
How rude.
I mean, they're not the elected government, but since they seize power, they do have some responsibilities, technically. It's weird how that works. Alright, let's move on from that to... Oh, I actually have a couple more stories in Asia that I wanted to cover. How are we doing on time? Not great. We can do this. It's gonna be fine. All you gotta do is believe, chat. And it will all just manifest. Alright, let's go here to Japan to discuss a situation that's been going on here. And just for a brief preface, Japan has been attempting to hold a memorial at what are called the Sato gold mines, at which a number of atrocities occurred on Korean forced laborers. However, those very memorial services have been getting boycotted by Koreans for a number of reasons. This is just aerial, like, footage of the mine itself, as you can see, is now in disuse. It's pretty creepy, honestly, considering what happened here, too. Because not only were people forced to work under horrifying conditions, which included rape. You know, it has been kind of kept, what's the word? Like swept under the rug by the Japanese government for a long time until now. And Koreans, well, one of the reasons why they are boycotting is they don't feel that it's been taken with enough seriousness. And they feel that the recent statements made by the government around this, I believe, if I recall correctly, like I don't think it was the president, but it was somebody high up in the government who was deeply involved in the project who said, it might have been the mayor of this town actually, but it was not good. Let's just say that. He said some stuff that completely ignored many of the atrocities themselves in a statement he made about all of it recently, and caused a majority of the people to boycott coming, which in some ways sort of defeats the purpose, I think. Well, at least Japanese people remember it, and I mean, it's not like Koreans are going to forget it, but it doesn't help with making amends, I would say. I would certainly say that definitely left some to be desired. Alright, now before we go to the Middle East and what's been going on there, not just in Lebanon, but now in Syria, also, of course, in Gaza, let's go and talk about this as sort of a way to wrap up our discussion of indigenous rights and stories around Thanksgiving, which I felt like was really something I tried to highlight. I don't know how well I did, but let's go to New Zealand.
For centuries, these two islands in the South Pacific were home to Maori people. They call it Aotearoa. The indigenous Maori population was rooted in a sacred relationship with the land and surrounding waters. They organized society in an intricate system of tribes and sub-tribes. They flourished. But by the end of the 1800s, roughly 60% of them were dead, due to new diseases, displacement, and war, all caused by Western colonizers who called the islands New Zealand. Over the course of several decades, more than 90% of collectively owned Maori land had been taken by the British Crown.
They not only took the land, but they took our river. That river meant everything to us.
There were hundreds of my ancestors that were taken.
We lost language, we lost land, we lost our way of life.
You kind of wonder at times, who am I? What am I?
But today, something groundbreaking is happening here. A kind of reparations, or as they refer to them in Aotearoa, settlements. Land and cash settlements for Maori, accompanied by historic formal apologies from the government.
Another first, this law includes an apology.
Our iwi received $87 million in cash from the Crown.
17 land blocks have been returned, with deeds and titles.
$170 million. Peanuts. It really is peanuts.
I'm here in Aotearoa to take a closer look at Maori people's long fight for sovereignty over their lands and all of the mixed emotions and outcomes that come with it. I'm also here to explore how a similar movement for redress could gain more steam in the United States for Native Americans and Black people descended from those enslaved in America. Maori people have gotten the British Crown to recognize the harms of their pillaging, apologize, and pay. What can we learn about reparations from their story? At the end of the 18th century, about 100,000 Maori lived in Aotearoa and were part of various tribes, still known today as Iwi, and subtribes, Hapu. Though they weren't functionally a nation, they controlled every corner of the islands. But in the first half of the 19th century, Europeans began to arrive by thousands of ships, especially people from England, far beyond the small settlement of British missionaries already living there.
Disputes start to occur between the new arrivals and Māori, particularly around use of land.
The settlers saw the land as property, something to be owned, which was in conflict with the Māori view. And there were new outside threats too. Māori learned that the French and other Westerners wanted their lands. So they began signing this Declaration of Independence in 1835. Rangatira, or Māori chiefs, used the document to make a firm statement to the rest of the world that authority within Aotearoa rested with them. The document declared He Whenua Rangatira, which translates to an independent state. With new nationhood, they petitioned King William IV for support and protection. And a few years later, the British government and Māori chiefs saw the need for another formal document.
There were opportunities to both engage further with the British Crown as treaty partners and having a strategic political but also trading partner.
In 1840, more than 500 Māori chiefs signed this document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, with the British Crown. Te Tiriti is the foundational document at the center of the story. Its creation opened up the gateway.
So, if you caught any of the streams where we talked about this, or if you watched the montage video that I uploaded, then you'll probably know that this very treaty is the treaty which the government of New Zealand is currently trying to end or amend in flying in face of all of this history right here, this exact history, which is why people were all very upset because of how much effort went into this and how important it was at the time and how important it is to this day to the Maori people, why I thought this was kind of a great video to talk about, and especially because Fox attempted to also tie this back into American issues for us. I was like, oh, how perfect! Thank you for this.
To the unlawful British colonization of the islands. It's been vigorously debated because there are stark differences between the Māori and English texts of the treaty.
Aww.
The Māori text says that the Rangatira have Tino Rangatira Tanga, which translates to absolute authority over their lands, resources, homes, and tonga, or treasured possessions. But the English text states that the Rangatira cede to Her Majesty the Queen of England all rights and power of sovereignty.
That sounds a little different.
Those big differences, one version saying you ceded sovereignty, the other one saying actually you get to govern yourselves and look after yourselves. You know, it's quite fundamental really in terms of how things rolled out across our history.
Within a Maori worldview, within a Maori philosophy, it's not actually possible to suddenly decide to give up that sovereignty to someone else.
The British proceeded to assert control over the islands after the treaty was signed, claiming that under British law, they had the power to set up a government. They appointed a governor, William Hobson, and formally established Aotearoa as a colony by the end of 1840.
There were land sales, or purported land sales, where they engaged with perhaps one of the 100 owners, or 100 people that had rights to a piece of land. They'd engage with one person that effectively would sell the entire block.
Where I'm from in Wairoa, there was a really big, significant purchase of land, which was framed as a sale and purchase, but my ancestors were told by the Crown Purchase Agent, either you sell us this land or we will confiscate it. And so it's those kinds of coercive practices which also resulted in significant land loss.
There was resistance of our people to that happening. Conflict over land and resource came to a head in 1860.
In the decades-long New Zealand Wars, Māori people battled to protect their land, but they were severely outnumbered by British troops, who killed more than 2,000 Māori. Through the wars, the British confiscated massive amounts of land, supported by a new law that said the Crown could seize the land of anyone who had rebelled against the Queen. Māori were allowed to defend their claims to land in court, but mounting a defense usually included prohibitively expensive legal fees and travel costs. This land confiscation triggered a breakdown of the Māori economic base and disrupted the communal culture of Māori identity. Plus, diseases that European colonizers brought to Aotearoa continued to kill Māori in large numbers. In 1840, shortly after Europeans began arriving by the shipload, 80,000 Māori lived on the islands. By 1896, only 42,000 remained. Meanwhile, the Pākehā population, those who were white or non-Māori, ballooned to 701,000 people. An estimated 88% of Māori lands were taken.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It wasn't until decades later that Māori activists would force the British Crown to reckon with this history.
Everything as a child growing up in the first 15 years of our lives, for me, was around how to be a Pākehā. Everything was geared up how to talk like them, dress like them, sing like them.
By the 1950s, New Zealand's government had rewritten the history of the Crown's colonization into a rosy story. One newspaper from the early 1900s quoted a politician who said, "The Māoris had always been loyal to the British Empire. New Zealand was a country that had never been conquered or annexed. It was a mutual agreement."
There has been a real perpetuation of a myth that, New Zealand has great race relations. And often Te Tiriti o Waitangi is held up as the example of that, is to say, look, we negotiated this sovereignty by consent.
But in practice, the oppression of the Māori had continued for more than 100 years after the Treaty of Waitangi had been signed.
For the first time in history, a reigning British monarch visits her Maori subjects.
Māori military men who fought for the Crown in both world wars were not given the same benefits as Pākehā after their return. Disparities became glaringly apparent by the mid-century. Compared to Pākehā, Māori had poor health outcomes, like double the child mortality rate. They were over 5 times more likely to be incarcerated, and both Māori men and women had lower incomes than their Pākehā counterparts. And in 1953, the Crown introduced laws that further forced some Māori to sell their land. Those laws, along with World War II, helped incite a mass migration of Māori from rural lands to cities.
Living in Christchurch was a whole experience. Living in a white town, you kind of hold your breath and go, holy hell. I never experienced racism like that.
As a young boy, I wasn't too sure what the hell was going on, but I knew there was something wrong.
I can't help but think about the similarities here between how Black Americans and Native Americans were treated in the United States around the same time. Many Black Americans and Native Americans enlisted and fought in World War II. But upon their return from the war, they were shut out of benefits that were extended to white Americans, like home loans and educational funding provided by the GI Bill. Black Americans were segregated through redlining, and the benefits didn't extend to Native Americans living on tribal lands. Over time...
Yeah, the stories are very similar. Of course, there's some differences there, but... I mean... less differences than there are similarities.
The compounding impacts of racial discrimination in the U.S. showed up the same ways they did for Māori populations, with a higher infant mortality rate, black incarceration rate that was just over 5 times higher, and much lower net worth.
Exactly. And that's why the current attempts by New Zealand's government are being met with such disdain by New Zealand people in general, especially by the Maori people, though. Considering that they've seen this playbook, I don't, they're not stupid. They do have access to the internet in New Zealand, after all, and they know what's gone on in other British colonies, and they'd prefer not to go. I hate to say it, but like the way of the Native American and indigenous population, because their population has been decreased even worse than, say, look at, but like the initial genocide in the United States took out, like, I think the figure's over 90%, and they're or even less recognized in some ways. But I mean, it's all really a function of the same system. I don't know. Do we have a sick duck? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a vet. I don't have any ideas on curing a sick duck. All right, let's go to the Middle East now. And first, we'll talk about Lebanon before we get into this discussion of what's going on in Syria. We'll cover a little bit what's been going on the last 24 hours. Maybe a little bit more than that. Actually, let's go here, though. Associated Press. Actually, wait. We should go to this one first. This was before this. This was the, this was, I think, 2 days ago. We didn't catch this one, but this was, oh, god damn it. What is this dude's job again? Oh, we see this guy multiple times a week, I feel like. Oh, god. I know he's an EU representative. Or like EU. I think he's EU. Anyways, Europe is apparently allocating $200 million for the Lebanese military as of a few days ago. This was during the ceasefire talks. Sorry, I forget this guy's name and job title.
As the European Union, we are supporting the Lebanese people, the Lebanese army, and the Lebanese institutions. We are ready to devote 200 million euros to the Lebanese armed forces. And I have asked Prime Minister Mikati what and how we can support your army, not only financially, but also technically. And I will do the same thing to the Lebanese Air Force Commander Aoun.
Of course, $200 million for the Lebanese military is a teeny tiny drop in the bucket in comparison to what Israel's getting over there from the United States. But at least it does show solidarity with Lebanon, who's, being attacked by Israel. They're not supposed to be attacking each other, of course. And being both UNSC countries, none of this should have ever been going on. Of course, the Lebanese military wasn't ever attacking Israel, but they've incurred casualties. For a second there, I was talking about it like Lebanese military was Hezbollah. They're not. God, there's too many people involved in all these conflicts right now. It's getting out of control. All right, let's go here now. This is from 11 hours ago. Lebanese family returning home to unfortunately find a crater where their 50-year-old home once stood. The pain is too deep. There are no words that can describe what happened. Pain and torment. Suddenly the house is gone. Different generations were raised with love here, with affinity. We love each other, we stand together, and no one gets upset with each other. Our life is music, dance. This is what the house is made up of. And suddenly they destroyed our world. We are sad that we did not take my mom and dad. If only we took the photos, this is what we are sad about the most. The bricks and stones are gone. We didn't think of taking the photos to leave as a memory. It didn't cross our minds. We thought that was really fast. I did not have a chance to read that. We thought it's 2 weeks and we will be back. We didn't imagine this would happen. I gotta move this monitor. It gets cut off by this other monitor. It's not helping with reading. Hey, somebody noticed that I changed the background? That's right. I decided to switch it up on the monitor behind me. Why not? We deserve to spruce things up a little bit around here. Alright, let's go to this. Associated Press from 9 hours ago. Border remains tense as 2-month Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire takes hold. You'll see how long this ceasefire lasts.
So I'm standing here on the border with Lebanon. Israel's on this side, Lebanon is on the other. This is one of the closest places we've been able to get since the start of the 14th-month conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. The feeling is a bit tense. We can hear booms from the other side of the border. There's ordnance on the ground. There are still Israeli troops in the area. There are still Israeli troops in Lebanon that have not...
Wait. There's booms on the other side of the border? You're in Israel. The other side of the border is Lebanon, which means that somebody's attacking Lebanon right now when there should be a ceasefire. At least I'm just doing the math. That's what it sounds like.
Evacuated. Israel has said it will pull out its troops slowly, but the feeling on the ground is one that's tense, and it's unclear how long the ceasefire.
That's weird. Why slowly? What does that even mean? Why does it have to be slow? Why can't it just be immediate?
Hold.
Okay, let's go here, show more people returning to their homes amidst the ceasefire.
In Beirut's Burj al-Barajne Palestinian camp, Abu Omar attends to his coffee shop, just as he does every day. Some 80% of the camp's residents fled during the war, but he wasn't among them.
I'm resilient. I didn't leave because of the enemy. Whatever they do, it's wrong. This is our land. We already left our homeland, so we aren't going to be displaced from here too, and then have no place at all.
Nowadays, there are more coffees to be made. Hundreds of residents have poured back into Boruch since a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon took effect early Wednesday morning. And as people turn the key on a new chapter, they say it's great to be home.
Of course, you won't be as comfortable as if you were in your house. Even though they are really nice and give me everything I needed, psychologically there is no place like home. Even if you only have one room, you're happier in your house.
Many of Lebanon's Palestinian refugees hope the fighting in Lebanon would pressure the Israeli government to end the war in Gaza. That war still rages on, leaving many people here in grief. But there's gratitude for the attempt.
Okay. Yeah, and the fact is there's many Palestinian refugees who live in Lebanon, who now see Lebanon as their home, who basically lived there their whole lives in some cases. Others, there's people who are recent refugees since October 7th. But, you know how I was, making a fuss over those explosions we heard across the border? Well, let's go to CNN from 14 hours ago. Oh, didn't take long. Israel and Lebanon trade accusations of ceasefire violations. Already? Come on, guys, it's been like 24 hours. The fuck?
The ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is now in its third day and appears to be holding by and large, despite new accusations against both sides. Israel says it
by and large, what does that mean?
Activity and struck a rocket.
We just got done hearing an AP report. CNN has access to the AP's YouTube channel, right? Because they just got done telling us there were explosions across the border.
Israel says it thwarted what it called terrorist activity and struck a rocket storage site used by Hezbollah on Thursday.
They thwarted terrorist activity? Interesting. So they're just striking stuff still, even though there's a ceasefire. And CNN's here to say, they're just doing their jobs.
The Lebanese army claims Israel has breached the terms of the ceasefire numerous times since it went into effect on Wednesday morning. Here's the Israeli foreign minister.
What will happen in the ground is the most important thing. And we will not allow to breach the arrangement. We will respond immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We will not let the Hezbollah to go southern than the Litani River. We will not.
It's in a different country. You know that, right? Sovereign.
Hezbollah to rearm.
Sovereign state. It feels like they don't know that.
And build itself as a danger to Israel.
Israel's a danger to itself.
Well, the people of Lebanon, meanwhile, are desperate for a return to normalcy. Well, thousands displaced by the 13 months of fighting have started returning to their homes and businesses, many of them destroyed, even as Israel warns that some areas are not safe yet.
Wait, are you saying you think that Israelis made deals with the Mycenaeans? Is that a joke? Certainly not this batch of Israelis.
Thank God, now we're back, and we're back stronger and better than before. We have strength and determination, and we're cleaning up our stores. We will work on getting our businesses back better than before. And don't let the occupation think that it has defeated us.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is sounding more optimistic about a ceasefire in Gaza, but he insists on achieving one of his major goals. Here's what he told Israel's Channel 14.
I'm ready for a ceasefire at any moment.
Really?
But ending the war, I'm not ready for that.
There we go. I said it before. I said it like 36 hours ago. I don't even know when it was now. I'm losing track of time. When did this ceasefire happen? I said it already. This was not going to be an end to the war. And look, here's Benjamin Netanyahu to back me up himself. How great. Thanks, BB, for reinforcing my pessimism.
Because we also need to achieve the elimination of Hamas.
Meanwhile, Israel's attacks continue.
I hate this
Gaza's health ministry says Israeli bombs killed at least 20 people on Thursday. Several homes in Nusrat were hit, sending dozens of victims to Al-Awar hospital with injuries. The hospital director claims Israeli forces are blocking delivery of medical supplies, food and fuel to the hospital. Well, CNN has reached out to the IDF for comment. Well, let's go live now to Abu Dhabi and CNN's Paula Hancock, who's standing by. Paula, let's start with...
Hezbollah is not part of Lebanon. Well, they technically have... They're a quasi-governmental agency. They have some... Technically, in the south... I think in the south they were technically elected to govern. Whereas the official Lebanese government governs the rest of the country. But they aren't part... They're like... It's complicated. You might kind of be right. It's complicated.
Situation in Lebanon. It's a tenuous truce, but it seems to be holding. Is there growing confidence this could be long-lasting?
But if my understanding is correct, like, there's an argument to be made that they are a government agency. Or not agency, but a governmental wing. Yes, thank you, pals. Yes, thank you. There we are. A political wing.
Well, Anna, I don't think there's growing...
But, you know, it's easier to just call them terrorists for certain political reasons. All right, we're going to move past this because I hate CNN. And I think we all do. I think we all do. Watching them for longer than 2 minutes is painful. Let's go to BBC. Actually, we talked about this story yesterday, right? Everybody hear about the dividing line that Israel built in Gaza? Yes? Good. Because that's probably the precedent for the settlements that are coming. We're going to skip past this story. It's already Sunday Fun Day.
Well, in Gaza, satellite...
It isn't Sunday Fun Day. What am I talking about? It's only Saturday. Fuck it.
So as His
Let's talk
Excellency
Gaza
mentioned,
real quick.
I'm a pediatric intensive care doctor
Hasan.
and have worked in Gaza many times over the past decade. Most recently, as part of emergency medical team.
If you don't know who this woman is Tanya Hasan. She's a doctor who works for, I think, Doctors Without Borders. Or, actually, I'm not sure which one. But I think she works for an NGO that provides, like, treatment, like health aid. And she's been, or was in Palestine for a long time, and I think has gone back on multiple occasions and done at least a couple interviews that we've seen on this channel ourselves here, like Democracy Now. Here she was speaking at the United Nations Palestinian Rights Committee.
Over the past decade. Most
Couple of
recently,
days
as
ago.
part of emergency medical team working in a hospital in Gaza's middle area during the ongoing genocide. I'm here today in the moral company of every other health professional that I know who has worked in Gaza over the last 14 months, some of whom are with me here today in this room. We're here in solidarity with our Palestinian healthcare workers and with the Palestinian people. You cannot witness what is happening in Gaza and not emerge enraged and determined to stop it. We don't want to be here or on the news, repeatedly providing moral witness to ongoing atrocities. But by design, international journalists and independent human rights and forensic investigators have been prohibited by Israel from bearing witness. At the same time, incredible Palestinian journalists covering the genocide of their own people have been repeatedly targeted by Israel and discredited, while both their reporting and their murders have been largely ignored by mainstream Western media. As one of the few international observers allowed into Gaza, I can tell you, spend just 5 minutes in a hospital there and it will become painfully clear that Palestinians are being intentionally massacred, starved.
Seriously. Everything she says is just confirmation of everything we talk about here. From directly from a source on the ground. You wanted to be an anthropologist? What, did they run out of spiders to name? Just kidding. Just kidding. That's an Archer quote. That's an Archer quote. I can't help myself. I'm a big fan. I'm not shocked that somebody who is interested in anthropology likes this show. We do get into the weeds on some cultural stuff, and you can see how you would enjoy what we get into.
And stripped of everything needed to sustain human life.
Or at least find it relevant.
Collectively, for the past 14 months, we have treated people subjected to civilian massacre after civilian massacre at the few remaining partially functioning hospitals in Gaza. Entire families have been eliminated, wiped off of the civil registry. Our healthcare and humanitarian colleagues are being killed in record numbers. We have treated countless children who lost their entire families, a phenomenon so frequent in Gaza that it's been given a specific name: wounded child, no surviving family. We held the hands of children as they took their last breaths, with no one but a stranger to comfort them. Those who recovered enough to leave the hospital continued to face the obvious risk of death, be it through another bombing, starvation, dehydration, or disease.
Yeah. I'm shocked that it's ended with... I shouldn't be shocked, but I just can't believe how long it's gone on in Gaza, and that somehow Israel invaded Lebanon and left already. Not that, I mean, there was already technically a ceasefire in Gaza too, so I mean, like I've already said, I think it'll probably go right back to it, but it's just horrifying to see how this thing in Gaza has gone on this long. I just realized I misquoted Archer. I think actually what he said was... I'm trying to think now. I may have to look that up. Just for fun. I was trying to quote the episode where he gets kidnapped by pirates. And I think it's David Cross's character is an anthropologist. I actually think what he says is, I think they already named all the spiders. As a joke, because Archer's always pretending like he doesn't know things by being referential in a way that, in fact, just makes it seem like he knows more things. When you really break it down. But I don't know. I don't know why I know so much about Archer. Alright, let's go here now. It's time. Yeah, can't hold off any longer. Let's go to Syria. Talk what's been going on, transpiring over the last day or so. Armed rebel groups have launched attacks on Bashar al-Assad's government. Rebel groups, which, at least from my understanding, are rebel groups that were funded by the United States government over 10 years ago now. But let's go here. Al Jazeera from yesterday.
For a second day, there are fierce battles between Syrian forces and fighters after the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham armed group launched a surprise attack. The violence in the northwestern provinces of Aleppo and Idlib marks the first major escalation in years. The fighters say this was in response to recent attacks by President Bashar al-Assad's army.
Know that life changes swiftly and the balance of power has shifted towards us in a way we never expected. We are stronger than the world thinks, stronger with God first and with you second. The promise is near, so do not leave your positions.
Syria's military... Military released a statement saying the armed groups targeted villages, towns, and military sites, and that the confrontations are continuing. This is the first significant violence between government forces and fighters since 2020, when Russia and Turkey mediated a ceasefire agreement. And the timing of the military operation is raising questions.
Those zones have been encroached by the Syrian forces, and they violated this increasingly.
Okay, now like I was saying, I believe that this group was funded by the United States government around 10 years ago. Now it's a little complicated because I believe there's been some sort of fracturing and then regrouping of groups. And so it's slightly complicated, but essentially they're the same people that the United States government funded to attempt to overthrow Bashar al-Assad in 10 years ago. And the fact is, I mean, Bashar al-Assad, not a great guy. Not that I like that the United States funded a literal coup, but it does sort of complicate the situation slightly to some degree in my mind. But also, it's kind of like, you know, the U.S. is already funding one thing, and then funds from the past are somehow like paying off a decade later. It's fucking wild. Anyway, before we talk more about current stuff, I figured we would go back in time. How's that sound? Let's go to Al Jazeera. That's weird. We were just watching Al Jazeera. Oh, but this is from 10 years ago. U.S. arms reach Syrian rebels.
These anti-tank weapons are American-made. They are now on the battleground in Syria. It has been a while since armed opposition fighters got their hands on such advanced weaponry. The U.S. didn't deny or confirm it provided the shipment. But these armor-piercing anti-tank systems have been given to a specific fighting force, the Free Syrian Army-linked Hasan movement.
The weapons arrived from friendly countries that support the opposition. I won't name them.
Neither would he say if those countries are trying to create a force to counter the growing influence of the Islamic Front. The Hasan movement unites the so-called moderate brigades, and its rivals think they are working for the interests of the West.
I think the United States will use them against the Islamists. It also wants to make sure it has strong force in Syria loyal to it. Some of them are effective on the ground, others are not, but I'm not worried about them.
He may be right. Some of the strongest and well-organized.
These groups are not friendly to religious and ethnic minorities in Syria? No kidding. I mean, this is why peace must be had, and actual diplomacy. But as the entire Middle East evolves into conflict, this kind of stuff becomes normalized. People start getting emboldened, things start going down, getting out of hand. Let's not get ahead. Let's not get back to the current. Let's stay in the past here. This is what CNN from 9 years ago, CBS from 9 years ago.
Well, the success of the extremist ISIS forces is pulling the Obama administration deeper into the Syrian civil war. ISIS now holds territory across northern Syria, and now that it's a regional threat, Mr. Obama is reversing himself and asking Congress for $500 million to support moderate Syrian rebels who oppose ISIS. Here's senior White House correspondent Bill Plant.
The administration's request for new arms and aid to the Syrian rebels is an about-face amid growing alarm over the gains made by Islamist forces in Iraq and Syria. President Obama has long been reluctant for the U.S. to become more involved in Syria, just like...
Now, of course, we were claiming that we wanted them to fight ISIS, but we were also, if I recall correctly, strongly suggesting that they consider overthrowing Bashar al-Assad while they're at it.
This week, he told Norah O'Donnell on CBS This Morning why he has resisted pressure to arm the rebels.
The notion that they were in a position suddenly to overturn
not only Assad, but also ruthless, highly trained jihadists, if we just sent a few arms, is a fantasy.
The $500 million request would fund U.S. training of rebels in neighboring countries, most likely Jordan. It would supply small arms, but not the anti-aircraft missiles the rebels are seeking. The president fears those could easily fall into the hands of extremists.
President Jarba represents a tribe that reaches right into Iraq.
Secretary of State Kerry met today with Syrian opposition leader Ahmad al-Jarba, declaring that the U.S. is at a moment of increased effort for his group.
Obviously, in light of what has happened in Iraq, we have even more to talk about in terms of...
Jesus Christ. John Kerry. How did this guy fail his way into this position? It's just wild. This is the most unlikable person ever. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like he has the personality of a... I feel like that the chair he's sitting in has more personality than he does. Do I have one more? Yes, one more from the past. Al Jazeera. Wait, no. This was another CBS Evening News from 9 years ago. Directly after all of this. Well, not directly, but shortly after. U.S. gives up on training Syrian rebels.
The picture tells the story. At the UN today, two world leaders about as far apart as two can be and still exchange a toast. Later, President Obama and Russian President Vladimir Putin met privately about their opposite views of the four-year-old war in Syria that has led to the rise of ISIS and set off an enormous refugee crisis. All of this on the same day that the Pentagon was forced to concede that a key part of the president's Syria policy is a dismal failure. David Martin tells us the program to train and equip Syrian opposition forces has been suspended.
The $500 million program had once been a linchpin of the strategy to defeat ISIS, but so far has proved a fiasco. It was put on hold after a band of fighters turned over their U.S.-supplied equipment to terrorists linked to al-Qaeda.
If I recall correctly, ISIS was more of a threat after we funded them than before. And in fact, I believe a great number of fighters wound up joining up with ISIS, if I recall correctly, and giving up some of those weapons to ISIS directly. So it did not go good, if my memory serves. And well, I guess it's time for us to get back to the present. Let's go here. Back to Al Jazeera. 9 hours ago. What's next after Syrian opposition forces' surprise offensive? Well, let's talk about that a little bit.
Anti-government forces in northwest Syria launched their biggest offensive in years. The fighting is the most intense since the height of the war almost a decade ago. So why has the violence flared up again, and why now? Could it escalate? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Bernard Smith. Anti-government forces have overrun chunks of territory in Syria's northwest in the first major outbreak of fighting in recent years. Syrian and Russian warplanes have been scrambled to try and push back the offensive. It's the biggest attack since March 2020. That's when Russia, which backs President Bashar al-Assad, and Turkey, which supports some of the rebel groups, brokered a ceasefire. The flare-up is happening as Iran and Hezbollah, allies of Assad, have been weakened by Israel in fighting in Lebanon. So why has the conflict started again now, and what might be its impact on the 5 million people living in opposition-controlled areas? We'll discuss all this and more with our guests. But first, this report from Axel Zamovich.
The sounds of war have returned to Idlib and Aleppo as armed groups mount their most ambitious offensive in years. In a surprise attack on Wednesday, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a group formerly affiliated with the al-Nusra Front, captured dozens of villages. The fighters say their offensive is a response to recent attacks by the army. They are now advancing on the outskirts of government-controlled Aleppo.
Know that life changes swiftly and the balance of power has shifted toward...
I'm going to move ahead because I think this is really, they just stuck this in here. We watched most of this, I think. If I recall correctly, this part of this wasn't in there.
Regional and world powers. Years later, Syria's north remains deeply fragmented. The northwest, where the fighting is taking place, is the last stronghold of rebel groups and their allies. To the east, Kurdish forces backed by...
I think it's good to just pause it here. They move around too much. I think it's good to just get the far out look here. Syria. This is Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Iraq, and then Turkey up here, I believe. Oh wait, they don't show us.
Remains deeply fragmented.
Thank you. There we go. Now I got the whole legend. So, this dark green is Turkish and Turkish-aligned Syrian rebel forces. These are just, I guess, assorted rebel forces. It's not clear what they mean by this. ISIS or ISIL, whatever. I mean, they still don't seem to have figured out what to call this group of people, apparently.
The northwest, where the fighting
I was actually going to make the point earlier that back in the day they used to call it ISIL and then change that to ISIS. So it's weird that we're back to calling it ISIL again. It's throwing me off. I feel like it's 2014 all over. I guess ISIL are these darker, like maroon areas here. And then Syrian government forces control the rest, while the SDF has the north.
The northwest, where the fighting is taking place, is the last stronghold of rebel groups and their allies. To the east, Kurdish forces backed by US troops control territory rich in oil and gas, while Turkey maintains buffer zones along its border. And the Assad government controls 2/3 of the country, with support from Iran and Russia. The Syrian army responded to Wednesday's incursions with intensive airstrikes, hoping to halt the fighters' advance. Opposition groups say Russian aircraft were involved. The military says armed groups have targeted villages, towns, and military installations. But the timing of the operation is raising questions. Assad's key allies, Iran and Hezbollah, are under attack from Israel, which is backed by the United States. And Russia is waging war in Ukraine. But some insist the new fighting is not related to events outside the country.
The Syrian regime, every now and then, sometimes directly by its forces, sometimes by its allies, Iranian and Russian, shell the people.
Right, and we also listen to this guy. Okay, all right.
After 13 years of war that's claimed more than 300,000 lives and displaced 12 million people, this new offensive threatens to unravel the fragile stability of recent years. Axel Zaimovic, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests. In Washington, D.C., we're joined by Qutaiba Idilbi. He's a senior policy advisor at the American Coalition for Syria, which supports US policy based on democratic reform and human rights in Syria. In Ankara, in Turkey, we have Ömer Özkilçik, the director of Turkish studies at the Omran Daireset Research Organization.
Let's be honest, we don't understand what's going on here. It is complicated. It is complicated. It's like a Myanmar in many ways. The Kurds and so many different groups with all the ones that we just went over, Turkish involvement. It's it's a fun time to try and unpack.
A non-resident fellow for the Syria project at the Atlantic Council. And also in Washington, D.C., we're joined by Caroline Rose, the director at the New Lines Institute, non-partisan think tank, where she heads research on military withdrawal and security. Welcome to you all. I'll begin with you, Katiba, if I may. Why has this started now? What are the rebel factions? What has made them start this offensive now?
Thank you so much. There are, of course, a couple of reasons why this is now. I think to start with first, there's a logistical and very pressing reason, which is related to the lives of almost 4 million civilians living in the areas of Western Aleppo and Idlib today. For almost 4 years, those populations have been living under the mercy of the government forces and Iranian militias, bombarding those villages and towns on a daily basis because they do control the strategic hills overseeing those different towns and villages. So there was definitely a need to liberate hills and areas that oversee those areas that would prevent the Assad regime from using artillery and rockets to target areas, different towns and cities of Idlib and Western Aleppo. I think geopolitically also what's happening in the region, especially in Lebanon, with the weakening of Hezbollah and Iran across.
Yeah. And the fact is, we don't talk about Bashar al-Assad, like, ever. And he's, like, right in the middle of, like, everything we're talking about. I mean, this guy's been in power for 25 years. I think his dad was in power for, like, 25 years, too. His family has basically run the country for over... I mean, it's wild. And I'm pretty sure if I was in Syria, I wouldn't be a big fan of his. I could be wrong, but from everything I know about the guy, doesn't seem super great. But also, there is the complication of a great deal of foreign involvement in Syria. I mean, the list is insane. I mean, Israel has struck Syria how many times so far now in this last year and a half? Multiple times. Now, of course, there's multiple mentions of Iran's involvement. Obviously, the U.S. has been involved in Syria. We did multiple strikes in Syria while we were in the area, Iraq, Afghanistan at these times. We were like, oh, we're going to swing through Bashar and we're going to hit a couple people for you real quick. Stuff like that, if I recall. Although we have kind of cut down on those lately because we got Israel to do a lot of that stuff for us. And then, of course, there's Turkey, right? And it's just so, I mean, like, it really is so hard to unpack all of this.
Different areas of Syria has really presented an opportunity for the rebels to really try to advance and test the weaknesses of the Assad regime and its allies of the Iranian militias. The preparations, of course, for this operation has been going on for months. So there has definitely at least thoughts about this and plans to do this for a long time. But of course, the timing of the operation 3 days ago, I think, has come as a surprise to all of us.
Omar, is that what it is? The anti-government forces in northwestern Syria taking advantage of what's happened to Hezbollah and Iran in Lebanon?
Yes, that is quite true. And the Syrian rebels have taken advantage of this. But this is not all of the story. There's also the story between Ankara and Damascus. So Ankara has tried to reach out to Damascus and tried a normalization approach with the Assad regime. However, that failed. And the Russians recently declared Turkey as an invading force in Syria and stated that there's no hopes for a presidential meeting. And despite several...
Jesus Christ. All right. Move away from this Al Jazeera piece. Actually, wait, no. There's more I wanted to hear. I mean, what I actually meant, I wanted to go and listen to some more people talk. It's a 30-minute discussion they have here, so it's we just can't listen to the whole thing.
because the Assad regime has not reacted to overtures from Turkey. So Turkey has given the green light for this. Is that what you think?
I think Turkey has certainly indirectly given the green light, because this is ultimately an opportunity for them to redraw the lines of the conflict, particularly this ceasefire agreement that has been in place since really 2019, 2020. But additionally, as Omer just mentioned, it's also an opportunity for them to remold talks for normalization with the regime. Also, of course, this is an opportunity for them post-ceasefire that has been made in Lebanon just a few days ago, for them to also try and redraw and redesign the lines of the geopolitical context and dynamic of the region before the Trump administration takes office. Ultimately, because Turkey's also looking at the northeast of Syria, where the...
Yeah, because for the Trump administration, for at least stuff like this, history is going to start on January 21st, okay? You know, they are going to just look at where the lines are right now, and that's where they're going to start things. Going back in history is going to be too tough for most of these people. And, you know, they're not picking a bunch of scholars for the future Trump administration, you know? Aside from, like, Russell Vought, who's... sole focus is ruining America. Scholar of horrible. I guess Stephen Miller, maybe.
About 900 personnel, active duty personnel stationed, in addition to contractors fighting alongside the SDF. So really, I think for them, they're thinking about the long game, the big picture, which is how can we really try and change the lines and change the rules of conflict in north of Syria.
Okay, we'll get back to the politics a little bit later, but Kataiba, in terms of the practicalities on the ground, when we talk about the different rebel groups, the different anti-government forces that there are in the north and the northwest of Syria, who's leading this offensive?
So the different groups on the ground have established what is so-called the military management unit, where basically the leaders from the different groups are coming together to manage this operation. Of course, the training and preparation for this operation has started at least 5 or 6 months ago, where centrally all different groups have sent different numbers of fighters to train in different areas of Idlib. Actually, many fighters were turned back because for the leadership, they thought they were not ready enough for the level of this operation. But it seems there is a kind of like a more joint effort to push forward on this.
Well, it looks like we're about to see some shit go down in Syria. I mean, it's already going down. What am I saying? Some shit is going down right now, and we're gonna see more shit go down. There is. It's pretty clear that things are not going to get better in the Middle East. Even with this Lebanese ceasefire. Maybe for a moment, just the briefest moment, I had a tiny bit of optimism, but then I remembered the last 14 or 15 months, last 20 plus years. I was like, oh, right. Better reverse that into some real skepticism. Which, of course, I did immediately. Now let's go and we're going to end this discussion. These are our last 2 videos. So here's some applause for all of you. So, of course, much deserved for having made it this far. So far. How far have we made it? 6 hours? More than 6 hours? It's incredible just how resilient all of you are. Pat yourself on the back. That's right. You deserve it. Nothing wrong with that. Let's go to Reuters. 4 hours ago. Fighting in Syria kills 27 civilian, according to UN officials. How great. It's a good start. And you know what? I can't remember if we covered it, but there was definitely a story. Turkey struck Syria. It was like literally a couple days before Israel struck. So I think it must have been about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't even know if I covered it because there was so much other shit going on 3 weeks ago. I don't know if you recall 3 weeks ago, but there was a hell of a lot we were talking about. So I'm pretty sure it might have been one of the stories we didn't even talk about, but now it's all really starting to come together for me why Turkey was perhaps striking Syria at the time. It didn't make any sense to me at the time, which is maybe why I don't think we talked about it. Because I couldn't make heads or tails of what the fuck they were trying to do amidst everything else. It was like, why are you... But yeah, no, it's clearly starting to all come together now.
Intense fighting in northwestern Syria over the last... Intense fighting in northwestern Syria over the last 3 days between government forces and rebels has killed 27 civilians, including children. That's according to a UN official who called the violence unfolding in Syria deeply alarming. Rebels launched an incursion on Wednesday into a dozen towns and villages in the northwestern province of Aleppo, which is controlled by Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's government. This rebel fighter said they liberated the whole western countryside of Aleppo and that these military vehicles are now in their hands. But the Syrian military said it continued to confront...
What about the 27 civilians who died? Did you liberate them? It's a weird vibe.
...the attack, and that it had inflicted heavy losses on the insurgents. The attack was the biggest since March of 2020, when Russia and Turkey, which supports some of the rebels in the northwest, agreed to a deal that de-escalated the conflict. Fighters said Russian and Syrian warplanes bombed the area near the border with Turkey on Thursday to try to push back an insurgent offensive that has captured...
Okay. So last video. AP. 5 hours ago. This vision of the western Aleppo countryside. Pretty sure Aleppo. Wait, no. Damascus? Which one's the capital of Syria? I always forget. Should look that up, considering. It is Damascus. Okay, I was right. That was a good correction. Well, there we go. We'll probably be talking more about this for the rest of the weekend. Ah, God. Well, that's gonna be it for us tonight. It's difficult and very long. Like a real streamer. 6+ hour streams. That's what you get from a fully monetized Galactic News Network. Anyway, chat, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gone Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, TV, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technova Bach, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Bonob, Nadia, Chogi, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. That's right, all of the people you see in front of you have helped to produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just gotta enjoy. You can too for an even lower than usual price. This Galactic Black Friday deal going on for just 48 more hours, less than that, 40 hours. Count them. Because it's your only opportunity to get on the ground floor for less than ever before.
Are you not entertained?